But here comes Gregor Hutu into Canada corner for the final time. Just 2 corners left to go before he finally makes himself a triumphant return back to victory lane. He has led 38 laps of this event here today, and Gregor Hutu once again is a winner. Gregor Hutu will work himself through the Curva Parabolica. He will claim his 46th victory in iRacing.com World Championship competition. Gregor Hutu, for the 2nd race in a row, reigns supreme.
The one thing that I think is the most important is we've been racing this Ground Championship Series for quite some time now, a very long time even at that, and he is the only driver to have ever won a professional road race at Watkins Glen.
But there is nothing that could crack that finish #1 Team Redline driver. Gregor Hutu worked himself out the final corner, and just as he did in 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, in 2015, Hutu once again wins at Watkins Glen.
Hutu will come across the line and takes the win for round 7 here at Virginia International Raceway.
Here he comes now, just 3 corners left to go, into Brooklands for the final time, into Luffield for the final time. Never, ever say that Gregor Hutu is beaten, because he just comes back bigger. He comes back stronger. He wins round #9 of the World Championship Series, 49th win of his career. If you're the world's greatest sim racing driver, you can do it with your statements on the road courses. Do it when it matters. Out of the final corner for the final time, number 50 for Gregor Hutu, out of the final corner. At the top of the broadcast, we said if Hutu could win here today, he could well cement himself as the championship favourite. Gregor Hutu, the #1 machine, back to victory lane, win number 51. Hutu is inching closer rapidly to his 5th, and yes, I say that correctly, his 5th World Championship. Out of the bus stop chicane comes the #1 Team Redline driver. Gregor Hutu will win here at Circuit Spa Francorchamps. Yes, you may be behind a computer with a steering wheel and a set of pedals, but for these drivers, this is as close as they may ever get to racing in real life. It will be Gregor Hutu coming past the line. He is a 5-time world champion. Gregor Hutu wins the championship one more time. He is the greatest driver in the history of open wheel racing here at iRacing.com, and dare I say it, he is the greatest open wheel champion in the history of sim racing. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are around the world, and welcome to this, a special presentation of RaceSpotTV live on iRacingLive and on YouTube Gaming. This is Road Atlanta. This is a track where dreams can be shattered, just like that. It's a track with 3 very defined sectors. Sector #1 pretty much has a no overtaking rule. You can try, but you will likely fail. And the Le Mans prototype drivers here today need to understand that 6 seconds lost in 1 lap, it's not the end of the world. Even going down 1 lap is not the end of the world. What is going to cause issues is if you let the lap time get into your head, if you let traffic get into your head, if you allow other people's mistakes to get into your head. This is a racetrack where you need to focus on yourself, focus on your car, on your team, getting every lap as good as you can, because a perfect lap here, it's not guaranteed. Arguably, a perfect lap here in race conditions doesn't exist unless you're the leader in the first 10 minutes of the race. For GT drivers, the same applies, but in a slightly different way. It is a race of survival. So often, GT drivers have that chip on their shoulder, the us and them mentality. They feel that it's not right Le Mans prototype drivers barge their way through in Sector 1, force an issue into the chicane towards the end of the lap, coming down the crest, trying to make it too wide. We get it, we understand. The important thing is though, for GT drivers, they need to remember that if they play arrogant, if they put their ideology first, they may end up with their car in a wall, in a gravel trap, out of the race. And even though that's not necessarily their fault, it's still the end of their race. The iRacing.com Petit Le Mans is a challenge like no other. And over the next 10-11 hours here on RaceSpotTV, on YouTube Gaming, on iRacingLive, we are going to take you through every single moment. For the highs, for the lows, for the trials and the tribulations, this is a track that we have looked forward to coming to ever since the Road Warrior schedule was announced. We are proud to be with you here today, and we're going to be with you every single minute of every single lap, exclusive on this, the world's greatest sim racing broadcaster. Now joining me at this time here on RaceSpotTV and on iRacingLive, it's Rachel Whiteford as we kick off this afternoon's coverage. We've already talked about how exciting a race is, and you can see the footage. Drivers are struggling on track with conditions already. There's 2 minutes left until drivers head themselves down to the starting grid. Tweet us, hashtag iRacingLeMans. Rachel, in just a couple of moments time, drivers will be starting another challenge in the Road Warrior Series. For the first time this season in the endurance side, it's not a minute or hour count, it's a lap count that they have to work to.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good day, Will. Yeah, it's weather here in Braselton, Georgia. We're looking forward to a great race. And, well, it's going to be drier than the real race that happened last weekend, of course. But, looking forward to a spectacular display here. This track is so difficult to drive, and the drivers, as you said, their biggest competition today will be themselves and their teammates. This is going to be a challenge of oneself, as you said, and traffic is a major factor. Sector 1, right, it's so difficult to pass, but people will try and people will make mistakes and it will happen. This will be the ultimate endurance test. Of course, this is called the Petit Le Mans. Le Mans itself, bigger, wider track. This is narrow, this is twisty, this is confined. This is going to be an incredible, incredible spectacle.
Yeah. So, here we are then. We are waiting now, 40 seconds remaining on the clock until drivers head themselves down to the starting grid. Live timing and scoring will be available all race long. Head over to RaceSpot.tv /timing. For these drivers, 20 seconds is all they have left of practice. That last apex, that last entry into a corner, the last noisy pedal moment as they figure out what they have underneath them on this racetrack. It's variable track conditions. It's going to be an interesting story here today. What will happen with the dirt build-up, especially on the exit of the final corner? Practice is over. The race will start in just 1 moment's time. This is your starting grid for today's event. Well, there you can see in the prototype division, it is going to be Anthony Rosselli kicking things off there for the Radicals Online organisation. Autobahn Motorsports alongside them on the front row of the grid, then 7-3 Motorsports, PRT in row number 2. We're going to cycle through your grid there. Bloody Dutch, an interesting name there in P number 6. the Pro Racing FY HPD in P7, Ollie Motorsport in P number 8. And you see, well, Rachel, we've got ourselves a nice balanced field here of prototypes and GT drivers. This is going to help both of the sets, both the divisions here today. The reason why is because you don't want to have 10 prototypes and 30 GT drivers. It makes life very difficult for both teams. If it's even like this, all the cars at some point will get some form of respite.
Definitely will happen, of course. This is one of the most even splits we've ever seen of prototypes to GT cars, and that's going to make things really exciting. Of course, we do have the Pro Series of GT racing coming up soon, so we'll see a lot of the same guys we're seeing on the grid here today running for that. But a lot of prototypes, and well, the HPD Honda ARX prototype has recently left iRacing's IMSA series. It's been replaced by the Corvette Daytona prototype, so kind of a swan song to see the old HPD running here today, and certainly a car I've grown to love watching in these long events. It's quite a machine compared to these GT cars. Cars out on the pace lap now. Coming up here through Sector 1, Will. Sector 1, so difficult here, and this is probably the only time we'll have this many cars too wide in this sector over the next 10 hours.
Indeed, so there you can see our aerial coverage here today is brought to you by the official graphics partner of RaceSpotTV. Also, got ourselves a number of onboards we're going to show you over the course of this event. Here is just one of them. That is the Sim Racing Maniacs car. Philip Sudbeck behind the wheel of that one. Our onboard coverage here today is brought to you by the iRacing Forum app for Android. Drivers heading themselves down into this very difficult double apex right-hander. This really defines the middle part of this lap. You set yourself up here to overtake into the chicane. This in itself can be an overtaking opportunity. You've got to be careful with what you do at this stage of the racetrack. So, the first time ever in iRacing.com history, we are having ourselves a full iRacing.com Petit Le Mans. For the first time ever, we're going to do the full race distance. If you watched the race on Fox Sports 1 last week, you know exactly how entertaining this race can be. It's sim racing's time. This is sim racing's time to shine in the spotlight once again. To all the people already watching on YouTube, to all the people joining us over the course of today, good day. Welcome to one of the greatest endurance races of the year. The gold iRacing.com first safety car works itself through the chicane. Any moment now, it will make that journey down to the right-hand side and put the field in the command of Anthony Rosselli. Radicals online. Rosselli will get going early. Green flag in the air. We are go here at Le Mans. You can see already jostling for positions here at Road Atlanta. What a start we've had. 2 wide in towards turn number 1. Couple of people trying to clip the grass there. 3 wide down the pack already. But most drivers trying to sort it out. Over in your GT division, they are a go also. They're also going 2 wide in towards the first corner. Positions mean everything. We've got 1 car all the way off the racetrack already. We'll try and update you on who that one is. You can see it is the GTR car. We'll see it in shot now. It is, we believe, the driver of Nuno Maria. No, it's not Nuno Maria. I believe it is, though, one of the TNT racing cars, Rachel. 1 driver out of all of them, though, off the racetrack. That was a good start to today's event.
Very exciting start for the prototypes, Will. We had a lot of action of cars taking evasive action going down the escape roads there, but everybody, importantly, is through alive in one piece. GT field as well. They're making a good run through now, the double apex back end of this racetrack, and, well, we're green. This is it now. 10 hours to go. We are racing at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, we're getting ourselves there. You can see back end, TNT Racing Gold, David A. Williams in the 953 car off. And Rachel, we talk about gaining positions at the start of the race. The one thing that you don't want to do is lose.
Oh, sorry to cut you off there, Will. 44 of the bloody Dutch with Vincent Brem has had to take a slowdown penalty for cutting one of the final corners in the first lap. Has dropped him massively back in the pack.
Yeah, there you can see the Abernathy Racing Team number 4 machine there. Markel, Gabriel, and Nessie. But we will get ourselves a look at the bloody Dutch driver in just 1 moment's time. As we just have a look to the rear end of your prototype field, and there you can see the number 44 car, Vincent Bren, behind the wheel of that number 44 machine. Bloody Dutch lost themselves a good number of positions at the start of this event. Want to know how many? Well, luckily we've got the graphics for you. 4 positions in 1 lap. That is not the way, Rachel, you want to start a long race like this.
It's not, but we saw a few cars taking evasive action early on, taking to escape roads, giving themselves slowdown penalties rather than make contact because, hey, at this racetrack, Will, as I mentioned in the pre-race, this is so much tighter than Le Mans. This is so much tighter than Spa. This is so much tighter than Daytona. You are racing yourself, and a slowdown penalty or a couple of lost spots early on is nothing compared to a wrecked race car. Finishing this race will mean a very good finish for you. If you keep that car clean, chances are it'll be a top 5. So, you know, people being sensible early on is a great sign of things to come.
Indeed, there. So you have a look there on board with Anthony Rosselli in the Radicals Online car. Well, you can't see anything from that angle. Our 360 camera is starting to be a little bit haywire already this afternoon, but they can see Rosselli, the gap between himself and the Autobahn Motorsports car of John Ulmer. That is about 6 tenths of a second. Of course, Ulmer, Rachel, used to work quite heavily with the New World Simsports team, running today for Autobahn Motorsports, and is keeping the pressure in the first 2 laps of this race at least with the Radicals Online driver. Already those two are broken away by 3 seconds on the 7.3 Motorsports HPD car, though, of Phil Blythe, running P3 in prototype.
Yeah, great start in that prototype field there with the 7.3 car. Those guys have had some really good runs recently, so looking forward to seeing how they do throughout the duration of this race. And, well, we're looking forward to seeing exactly what happened after this first stint even, because traffic is going to become a major factor from then onwards. This is the honeymoon period of the race, Will. Traffic is still prototypes, GT cars, and, well, within 15, 20 laps or so, they're going to be everywhere. So that will be the really interesting part of this race once that gets messed up. Right now, though, it's a pure race. We've got GT cars racing GT cars, prototypes against prototypes. They're not lapping anybody. They're not dealing with traffic. This is the last time it will be like this. 10 hours.
Yeah, we're actually having a look on board on a replay with Coanda Simsports, Marcus Lindemann in the 118 car. Coanda representing well. Of course, they have just this past fortnight lost themselves the opportunity to claim their first iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix crown, but they know that endurance racing is in their blood, and they know that they can be one of the best teams in the world, not only in open wheel, but also when it comes to GT racing. Ironically, Lindemann has just lost that position back to Renan Alzado. We're having a look there at the gap there between the Shark Motorsports number 88 machine and the 118 car of Coanda Simsport. But now Coanda should have the opportunity to try and go around the outside. They've done this before. We have ourselves a look then down in towards the double apex right-hander. They come. Coanda this time, Rachel, staying in line.
Well, it's an early part of the race, so Coanda, knowing they don't need to push the issue right now, they want to see how this first stint runs out. They want to see how things play. And sitting behind the Shark car, not a bad move right now. They're in that top 3 of the GT field, so really pushing isn't in their favour. Make a good gap to the cars behind them, break away, maybe pass the Shark car if they need to. But they've got to think about that first pit stop. This isn't about making a huge gap, this is about surviving this first very messy stint. Working out what the tyres are doing, what the cars are doing. Working out how the track's going to start to change, of course. One thing we will see here, and for the viewers at home, you'll see black lines in the corners where the cars are running through those bends. It will get much darker. We'll see marbles building up on the off the line. That will make passing much harder as the race goes on. Passing now, making up spots in the line, it's a good thing. The track is relatively clean. Later on, when it's really dirty, it will be very difficult to pass. So these guys maybe want to start that soon, but as I said, you'll see this track get darker and darker and darker. And as that happens, it will change how these guys have to drive their cars. It'll change maybe adjustments they'll have to make in the pit stops. They'll have to keep up with this track. 10 hours of evolution means this will be a very different racetrack than the one we started on.
Yep, this is a very interesting racetrack, and it's a racetrack that don't rub it in well on the racing line. But the thing is, Rachel, there's only really 2 racing lines on this racetrack. You've got online, which is what all these drivers pretty much take. You can see that, the 3 defined scenes. Now, realistically, only 2 of them ever get used at any point of the racetrack, and that is what makes overtaking so difficult here. And as this race progresses, particularly during the pit in, pit out sequence, that is exactly where I expect to have some drivers starting to struggle just a little bit with grip and start to really try and push the issue, especially if they've got to try and find themselves up in position during that pit stop sequence.
Definitely. And one of the major opportunities, I think, for a problem will be in that final corner. You're already pushing the limit of the tyres and the grip in there, with it being a fast right-hand corner. When this track heats up and when the rubber gets built up, and once we get a lot of rubber on the track, that corner will become incredibly slippery. To a point with rubber build-up, it will get grippier. But after that, once the track is hot, once the rubber is being put down on top of more rubber, we'll start to see drivers sliding, drivers losing the back end there, and I think we'll have a few incidents happening in that corner. It's probably the fastest corner on the track. It will be an opportunity for an issue, so I'm going to have to keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, we're having a look on board with your race leader overall, Anthony Rosselli, in the Radicals Online Simulage Steel Series machine. And well, Rachel, it's not even 10 minutes. He is scything his way through traffic. And that's what I said at the top of this broadcast. You only get to do that fast lap for the first 10 minutes maximum. Already he's into traffic. Already there's people going too wide as he's trying to move himself to the outside as they come down into the chicane. This is one track that I say, if you can win a race here, you are an endurance racer, because you always have to be on your toes. And there's no way at all that you can win this race just by having the fastest car in the straight line.
No, of course not. And there are tracks where you can be aggressive with traffic, like Bar, like Daytona. Not here at Road Atlanta, not here on this track. You have to be so patient, and we will have to see that coming from these prototype drivers. And as we said, honeymoon period is gone now, we're in traffic. This is the worst time to be in traffic. The GT cars are so bunched up, the prototypes are bunched up, so we're having that high density overlap now. This could be where we see the first incidents happen and the first mistakes, but so far Rosselli doing a great job picking his way through traffic as he needs to. GT drivers being very patient, so it's all looking good so far.
Yep, we're having a look at the Phoenix Moonshine car of Antti Pajala right now in the number 27 machine, battling out. That might be with an iRacing racing car. No, it's not. It's actually his own teammate there. No, it's not. It's the 49 Motorsports A car there of Ahmed Yamin as they work themselves down in towards the chicane. They're going to go side by side as they head themselves then up over the crest down in towards that fantastic chicane that you have here at Road Atlanta. There you can see the number 27 machine himself down into the corner, and just behind there you can see you've also got yourself Calaracola there in the mix, trying to move himself through the field in the number 79 machine. And that CTC Racing black car, well, not a lot of black on it, but we'll call it a black car anyway as it comes back down in towards the first corner. Calaracola P number 8 in your GT machine. Update on retirees. Well, Rachel, we have one car on pit road right now, and that is the bloody Dutch car we talked about at the very start of this event.
It is. They've had an incident head on somewhere on this racetrack. We're trying to find out what has happened to these guys. But the front cowling of the car has been taken off or has been lost somewhere. So bad start for the 44 machine and those guys. And Vincent Bram promised at the start, but well, sometimes Lady Luck plays a very unkind hand.
Indeed so. And also, to be the first person out of the race is always a heartbreak for these drivers. A heads up, ladies and gentlemen, if you've got yourselves internet in front of you, of course you have, you're watching the race, don't forget you can view the entire race here by heading over to RaceSpotTV /timing, and you will know the Autobahn Motorsports car, John Ulmer, Rachel, just moving himself to the front of the field. He has just led his first lap of the event. Going to try and figure out what happened there. Well, it means that Ulmer now leads this motor race.
He does. So the first change for the lead in the prototype class, and that's been an interesting one. But looking at the positioning there with himself and the Radicals Online machine, coming through the end of the first sector behind some GT traffic, and gets a little bit loose there for the Radicals Online car. He gets loose on the exit of turn 5 there, running out across those wide rumble strips, and well, round he goes. So he doesn't go round, I should say, sorry. I mean, he gets wide, has to back it off to save the car, and that gives the Autobahn Motorsports team the opportunity to get clear.
Yeah, there you can see the moment right there, getting himself a little bit loose, running on the rumble strip, and then Ulmer in the monster car thought, thank you very much, I'm going to have that. I want to lead this race. The LMP Autobahn Motorsports car is now in the lead of this afternoon's entertainment here on RaceSpotTV. Just a quick heads up to anyone who's wondering, where is the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series? Well, they have just started their coverage here on RaceSpotTV, and what you can do, you can find that one on our RaceSpotTV YouTube page. And the entire race, the 16th and final round of an exceptional World Championship Series. Johnny Simone and Danny Benefield were the call there, directed by Raphael Sankey on RaceSpotTV. Let's have a look then. Up and down your field, what is happening right now? Well, your LMP drivers have got themselves separated out. In GT World, Karakoda, Ahmed Yamin. This is a nice little battle right now, Rachel. Karakoda has caught up to the rear of Ahmed Yamin right now in the number 49 Motorsports A car as they battle out P7 and P8.
Good little scrap going on there in that GT field, so it's going to be quite interesting to see how this one pans out. The Phoenix Moonshine car doing very well. Andy Pajalo, we know he's one of those stalwart drivers for that team. Of course, you're not going to see New World Simsport cars in the Road Warrior series anymore. They merged with Phoenix Motorsports, so it's now Phoenix Moonshine, which possibly sounds even better and slightly higher alcohol content. So it's going to be interesting to see what those guys can do. Look out for those black and white cars. Up ahead though, Gathering of Tweakers, they're holding on pretty well right now, managing that prototype traffic, yet still able to keep that lead from the guys behind them. So tough competition coming their way. We know Gathering of Tweakers, very strong team there with Will Stockmans.
Of course so. We have out front though, John Ulmer still leading the way. In fact, he's pulled out already a pretty sizable gap of 1.8 seconds. At this racetrack, I have said already, I'll say it again.
Will, Gathering of Tweakers off the racetrack there in Sector 1. Pushed wide in the first corner.
Yep, so we'll come back to have a look at that one when we can. We'll try and get a look at that one. But Autospan Motorsport, strong number, 1.7 second advantage. He leads over Radicals Online. Now, 2 second advantage is absolutely nothing. But here's what John Ulmer does. Let's ride ourselves a lap on board with the 902 car. Rachel, I talk about 2 seconds being nothing. Some people are saying, what do you mean? 2 seconds can be anything. Not on this racetrack because of the flow of traffic.
Certainly, if you can get through the traffic cleanly, that's a major advantage. 2 seconds gives you a good gap to your competition to be able to navigate that and be patient and find the right moment rather than forcing an issue. Sometimes you get involved in something or being stuck. Just pace yourself. One of the big things with endurance racing, it's not about how big a gap you can pull out. You can race at this stage especially to the front bumper, the front wing of your competition. Autobahn can race off the front bumper, the front wing then of the Radicals car, and they then have time and opportunity, tyres and fuel left. So it's not about how fast you can go, it's about how fast you need to go. Yeah.
You've already got some love on YouTube, Rachel.
Oh, I have. George Lee right there showing the love, and good afternoon, George. Yep. That's the thing, but
moving on.
The race is going well so far, so it's a really enjoyable day. Glad to have everyone watching on YouTube and on YouTube Gaming, iRacingLive. So, guys, don't forget to join in the chat on YouTube, get tweeting us as well, and well, get involved in Petit Le Mans 2015.
Indeed, so I will later on show you my new nice racing setup where I have actually the ability to tweet and talk to all of you people whilst commentating, doing everything. I'm actually trying to log into my Twitter right now as I talk, so as you can imagine, for a gentleman, that is incredibly difficult. But the interesting thing about this race, Rachel, that we are going to have ourselves periods of lulls. You know, endurance racing can be like that. We will have ourselves lulls, but at the same time, this race, this is what the drivers are setting themselves up for. They're setting themselves up, not for now, but for what's going to happen in 9 hours and the last hour of this race. This is what the drivers are setting themselves up for. They're setting themselves up, not for now, but for what's going to happen in 9 hours and 15 minutes time. after they made their final pit stop and they realise it's go time. Everything until now, everything until then even, is about getting to that point, getting to the last pit stop, and then really being in position. As I actually just saw there, yeah, Pakkanen in the number 15 core sim racing car having a very close moment with an LMP driver.
Yeah, something to be avoided at this stage if you can. It doesn't matter who leads the first 500 laps. Whoever's leading on that last lap, on that last minute of the timing, that's all that matters. So, really hope that people are a little bit more patient. But as we said, it doesn't matter who leads the first lap. It doesn't matter who leads the first 500 laps. Whoever's leading on that last lap, on that last minute of the timing, that's all that matters. So, in a position to win is more important than saying I could have won.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. You'll be interested to know, Rachel, that the password, the account that's trying to log me into, isn't my actual account. It's a fake account I made up called Gym Poser. So right now I can't actually log into Twitter.
Wow. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. And
I'll explain about that over the course of this broadcast.
oh, actually, Will, just want to have a quick comment actually on the Bloody Dutch car with Vincent Brem. That was actually a fairly significant incident. The car in front of him, I'm just trying to get the camera positioned on this one to see them now. I believe that was the 9 machine there of GTR Team Purple. Got sideways through the chicane, and the car there of Bloody Dutch ran into the back of the 45 online simracing.de LMP2. And, well, that's how they lost their front bodywork. It was a big check up there.
Yeah,
two cars lost bodywork. It was also the one in front of them. So major donk there for the drivers in the prototype class, with at least 4 damaged so far.
The important thing is, though, look at that. 9 laps down. 9 laps down for that bloody Dutch car. And that is insurmountable. We talked about 1 lap being okay, Rachel. 9 laps equates to 10 minutes in this racetrack. And that's the thing. That's why you want to keep your car so clean, because of the fact that losing 10 laps is a death sentence. You will not be able to get yourself into a podium position from there in most circumstances. Staying clean is your easiest way of getting a top 5. You talked about it already. That is what we need to talk about here today. So have a look there. The Autobahn Motorsports car is out front. Of course it's leading. Our graphics are trying to tell us otherwise, but hey ho. But in GT World, Koana Simsports versus Red Devolution Racing, that is only 7/10 of a second. Although that last time by, Lenderman forced his way to the front of the field, forced himself past the Red Devolution Racing car.
Yeah, they did, and well, they're up front now, so this is we're not used to seeing Coanda for Racer Sim Racing. They are leading the GT field. That's Marcus Landerman in that car, doing a great job as always. But to see a few of his teammates hopping into that one today, and that would be an exciting thing to see. We've got Klaus Kivikas, Jorn Jens, and Rens Broekman lined up to run that car, so a formidable team.
Yeah. Want to give a shout out to a couple of people. First of all, to Marcial Bianchi. I can't translate, but competitor alto nível no simulator iRacing Le Mans. Also to Mike Brothers, also in Portuguese, está a ponto de empezar iRacing Le Mans, Rivers Volo Aqui. So hello to both of you there watching.
Where's Hugo? We need him.
I know, right? Use the hashtag iRacingLeMans. If you're wondering where Hugo Louise is, he's about to compete in the 16th and final round of the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. You can catch that one on our YouTube page. And well, back in the pack, Rachel. Gathering our tweakers, hashtag RW versus One Row Simsport GT. 1 second separating Stockman and Lars Boll right now.
It is, and it's going to be a very long day for everybody here so far. Trying to make sure they just don't push things too hard right now. We've already had several minor incidents, including one somewhat significant incident there in that GT field, and it's just too early to start doing things like that. We've got to just get the first stint out of the way, make sure we have that run done, and well, that's the important part.
Yep, I'd like to give a shout out also to Sahil, also to TX Con, talking about the incredible win that Koana Simsport have had earlier on here today. Farouk Manzard, just having a look at him. He's running in absolute no man's land. And this is the motivation factor right now. The more Autosports car of Farouk Manzard, Rachel. Down in P number 10. 4 seconds in front. 10 seconds behind. 20 minutes of the race gone. You're thinking, well, am I actually going to see another car who I can actually race with? Or is this a 10-hour, basically, hot lap session?
Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing. He just needs to make sure he keeps the car in one piece and gets it to the end of his fuel stints and goes out again. Cars will come back to you. Drivers and teams that aren't able to cope with the changing track or even the changing balance of the car over a run. I mean, of course, we know now that tyre wear can be more aggressive depending on how you drive the car. So, realistically, if he can do his thing and keep that car running, be consistent, other cars can come back to him, he can make places. So, the time lost right now is nothing in the grand scheme.
Yeah, we've got the number 459 car on pit road. That is a DWS racing car there. Ronald Verges behind the wheel of that one, as he's going to get himself 4 fresh tyres. He will top himself up with race fuel. Is the first driver change of the day, the second pit stop this team has had. 40 seconds, we were hoping maybe for pit stop time. So let's have a look as it comes down off the jacks. And we're still filling up the fuel. Rachel, we don't know if there's any issues, any damage you're trying to repair, but if you're in 23 minutes into the race, you know that something's not quite right.
Yeah, something's definitely off. We know these guys are more likely to go 45 to 50 minutes. He has got lots of right side damage on that car, though. We're going to have a quick look back through our footage and see if we can find out what's happened to them, because that car's not looking entirely healthy. So, a early race incident for that DWS racing machine. Have a quick look through his lap, and things looking pretty reasonable. He takes it back to the pits, but earlier on, you'd expect it's something potentially in the S's. Well, yes, it was. It was off turn number 5, exiting the S's. The car goes wide, loses traction, hits the curbs, slides, spins across the track, and impacts backwards into the right side tyre barriers, which is where he got his damage. That's why they're in the pits the second time. Early mistakes for DWS Racing and Ronald Verge.
Yep, there you can see the online sim racing LMP2 car all the way down in P number 12. In fact, I believe they are battling with one of their own. Mana MP Motorsports is in P number 13. You can see the gap between those two is half of a second right now. And these two drivers got very similar overlays there, Rachel. One of them has got orange on black. The other one has got black on orange.
Well, that's going to help our identification of race cars quickly over the course of this one, huh?
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. It'll be okay, though.
I love it when teams do that to us.
Honest, yeah. Especially when they're running so close together. And then, as you can see, Thomas Bucker and right on board with him there on the exit. Oh, of 6. And you can see already that snap oversteer is kicking to play, Rach.
It is indeed. The thing's getting very, very hairy right now for those guys. But in fact, it's even weirder because we have 3 cars, I think, there in a row in orange cars. So that's just really awkward for us now.
Well, there we can see.
No, that's a position change to Manor ahead of simracing.de. That's why I thought it was another one.
That's all right. Well, we have got
Seeing
ourselves
triple.
25 minutes of this race scored complete. Apparently, I messed up with Sahel and also TX Con. I do apologise to the 2 of you drivers. One driver on pit road right now. You can see it's a very beat up car though, Rachel. That is the number 8 machine of the Ollie Motorsport. Roman Marshall behind the wheel of that one. Let's figure out what happened to him.
Well, indeed, that is Romain Marshall. He's obviously had some sort of problem. He was just on the track there, so we're going to find out what happened to the Uil Motorsport machine.
We've got
They are French drivers.
Yeah. We've got a replay up from him now. This is heading himself down to the chicane. So, realistically, we know it's anywhere from the chicane down until turn number 4. So, we're going to read it on board there with Romain Marshall in the number 8 machine. Here he is, into the chicane.
Oh, big crash, final corner wheel.
Yeah, we're going to see that one right now, actually, then. So, there's a BMW driver. Going to look down to the inside of that one. clip the curb a little bit, and then it's just, oh, 4GT There was 2 incidents in one go there, Rachel. You had the 4GT slowing down ahead of him. The reason why the 4GT was slowing down, she had another crash ahead of them.
Yeah, well, that was the 24 machine of Team VSR who'd spun out their McLaren early on. 23 car of Grip TV Nation had to slow down to avoid that one, which meant Team UL went to the grass. And unfortunately, in comes the 5 machine, and that is CTC Racing Red, who tried to avoid the Ford. They clipped the McLaren, and that puts them straight into the front of that prototype car, and boom, confetti. Wow.
Literally.
Big impact, at least 3 dead cars, and looks like Grip TV escaped unscathed.
Well, we've seen that incident. We're going to take a quick breath, ladies and gentlemen. We're back, but we'll take you RaceSpotTV side by side for the first time today.
It's been a very long off-season. Teams have changed, sponsors have changed, colors and all, but one thing that hasn't, they like to mash the loud pedal. Green flag is out on the 2015 NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series season.
iRacing is the ideal platform for these broadcasts because we have the best racers, the best online racers in the world, and we have such a variety of racing, from NASCAR to Grand Prix style racing, sports car, endurance racing. We do it all.
Since 2010, the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series has been the absolute pinnacle of road racing in a simulated form. Great start then by Yakoda from the front. They're packing up behind number 1. They're going to be 4 wide as they come down into turn number 1 for the first time. Will they make it through that first corner? You can see them funneling through the center S's. It looks as though everyone is just about made it through. We have got ourselves some contact though, Rachel.
Side by side going into turns 3 and 4. Humpy's got the advantage, but Ottinger's not going to.
Oh, he got into him!
Ottinger gets into the 58, turns right into him, and that ends Ottinger's run.
We do a lot of live broadcasts now. Every Tuesday is NASCAR night, so on alternating Tuesdays we do the Peak Antifreeze Series, and on the other Tuesdays the B-Class Series, which is the Xfinity cars, and sometimes we'll even do some short track racing depending on the schedule. Every other Saturday we do the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, so the best road racers we have. And we also broadcast some special events, including the Endurance Championship, which is part of the Road Warriors Series. So we broadcast the Daytona 24, the Sebring 12-hour, we'll do the Watkins Glen 6-hour, several other races along there. And then, of course, the iRacing Pro Racing Champions, which is usually our biggest and most watched event of the year.
That is short track racing, and that's how awesome this sim is, Joe. That's something you see on TV on highlight reels, and we just saw it here, live.
We invite iRacers who are real-world racers, and they compete every December. Guys like Alex Gurney, Justin Wilson, Scott Speed, Ron Capps, the list goes on. Really some big-name drivers from all major forms of motorsport. It's really neat to see them get together and race together.
See Laughlin up top, down to the ball, gets turned! Laughlin gets turned! Caution is out foul at the front of the field!
The easiest place to find the broadcast is on our website, iRacing.com/live. So you can find some of our races on fanschoice.tv as well. A nice place to find iRacing broadcasts. You can also find it at mrn.com and peakauto.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpotTV on iRacingLive and YouTube Gaming. We're going to do something incredible in just a moment's time. We've got ourselves, of course, coverage also of the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. Johnny Simone and Daniel Benefield are leading the coverage on that one. Here in the iRacing.com Petit Le Mans, you can see we've got ourselves 9.5 hours left on the clock. You've got yourself John Ulmer with 2.5 second lead right now over Radicals Online in the LMP division. Marcus Lenderman is leading for Kowana Supersports. Johnny, what happened in qualifying for the World Championship Series?
Another bland session. Mitchell Dion taking pole position by around half a second over his teammate Martin Kroenke. Incredibly dominant. A lot of drivers not seeming to take it too seriously. Some big names up there, as I said, Kroenke P2. Boothloop and Sebastian Job share that second row, and Gregor Hutu in P13, the same as Suzuka. Another poor qualifying session from the 5-time world champion.
Of course, so he has got himself the championship already wrapped up. The key thing for this race, though, Daniel, isn't about who's going to win the race. It's about who will get themselves into the top 25.
Yeah, definitely. And we got Alex Simpson in 24th, just 8 points clear of 25th place Dion Vergis, and 14 points clear of Eunice Nakurian, who's in 26th at the moment. But Eunice Nakurian starting down in 25th place with a drive-through penalty this race, so unlikely he'll be able to come back from that. But we got to keep our eye out as well for Mac Backham, who's a long way out, but he is starting 14th. But we have seen Mac race before rather aggressively, so it wouldn't surprise me if we see that today.
Well, World Championship coverage, that is coming your way on RaceSpotTV. Back to the action here, however, in terms of the iRacing.com Petit Le Mans. And well, Rachel, it's so good to have two of the world's biggest races going on at the same time on the world's greatest sim racing broadcaster. As far as the World Championship is concerned, yes, we have got a 5-time champion in Gregor Hutu. But today, as I alluded to in the conversation with Daniel Benefield, it's not about who wins. It's about people keeping their golden ticket for next year, keeping it in their hands, and not having to worry about having to go through the arduous Pro Series of road racing.
Definitely, they don't want to be involved in that. It's it's just extra stressful, and they don't need to do it if they can get themselves into points, cut-off line, and it's also a bragging right. You stayed in the DWC because of merit and performance. You didn't have to requalify, so it's something that guys all want to make sure they can do for that reason. So yeah, it's just time for the guys to make sure they do what they need to do.
Well, here you're going to see we're on board with the Elixir Racing Team car of Jason Girard in the number 6 car, having a battle a moment ago with Lars Boll, actually losing out in that battle. The Elixir Racing Team car is in P number 6. I'm going to figure out where Lars Boll is. I believe, actually, it's one place behind, but we'll get confirmation of that in just one moment. In fact, I do agree. Yes, it is one... actually, no, it's one place ahead. Is the One Racing Sport GT1 car of Lars Boll. These cars seem to be more even than what we've seen before, Rachel.
They do, and I think a large part of that is the drivers are all making sure they run to that delta. They're trying to not burn up too much too early. They want to have something left for later on in this run and later on the next run. This is their first real run of the race, so this is when they actually know how to push the car, what they've got, how much they can run, and it's very exploratory. They're all trying to find out what they can, so I think we're going to see a lot more sedate or even action-packed racing in the next couple of stints, but until people know what they need to do, I think we'll see a lot of that going back and forth.
Indeed. I'm just having a look there. There is the One Racing Sport GT car. Having a look at, well, the gap to himself and the race leader, 32.9 seconds right now. That's not a lot. One of the things I talked about, Rachel, this is the shortest lap time that we see all season long. If you have a look now at one of the standout teams of the World Championship Series from this year, this is a Vortex Sim Racing driver of Gabon Mex, the number 16 car. They, of course, are going to do double duty next year. They're going to run both in the Blanchemont Endurance Series and also in the World Championship Series. But going down the lap here, is not the end of the world, as I've talked about already. But people like Gabor Mex right now, of course, they have won a big-time endurance race in incredible fashion. They need to be there in the picture and think about their race and not the race of other people.
Definitely, and as we said at the start, and as we'll continue to say throughout this one, you've got to race yourself. Yeah, Road Atlanta is a terribly difficult track, and it's so easy to run yourself out on your own. Never mind incidents with the cars. There's not many places to go. It's tight, it's twisty, and you are your own worst enemy.
Indeed.
Run a little bit off your maximum, and you'll get to the end. Getting to the end will be a good finish, I guarantee it.
Well, let's have a look. Here we can see then is Gabor Mex in the gap to himself, and the race lead Red Boot now is 15 seconds on tracks. Well, we've got one LMP driver on pit road. There you can see him just behind the pit wall there. It is the driver of Andrea de Bellis getting out of the car. That car, though, Rachel, does look as though it might be on pit road for a very long time. We've got the driver out. We've got no one getting in immediately. That car looks to be toast.
Yeah, it does, unfortunately, for those guys. So that'll be a real shame to see, and well, I wish we could have had more from them, but unfortunately that's the way it goes sometimes in racing, and you'll have disappointment and you'll have elation. But right now for T Racing it seems to be very much that time to put the kettle on and make a cup of.
Well, you can see that the T Racing car continues. It's a very long stay on pit road, over 20 seconds already for him. Gabor Mexo, we talked about him, still scrapping it out. Will Phil Blythe in battle for position. 7-3 Motorsports HPD car, half a second right now. Rachel, take us through the back end of Sector 1 into Sector 2 and Sector 3.
It is, and that's probably the more relaxing sector of this sections of this track, Will, is because it's not that very complex, very momentum-based first sector coming through here right now for those guys. It's a good opportunity for them just to kind of balance it up, get a bit of draft, and make that car work as it needs to, but still got to keep your eyes on stalks.
Down the back straight away there, you can see the gap. It comes down. The draft is a big factor here. We'll talk about the idea of the draft over the course of this lap, but 10th, down to 10th and a half, down to the inside maybe. No, not quite. Rachel, that is what we call conservative racing here. Gabor has some straight line speed, but he knew that he couldn't be alongside coming down into the corner. He moved his car to the left-hand side, but the reason why is because he didn't want to run into the rear of Phil Blythe just ahead of him. Now, though, he's going to look to the outside, in towards turn number 1. Not going to need to do anything.
It's not, but also he wants to make sure when he looks to the outside before so he didn't run into the back of him, added benefit of keeping himself in clean air for that front wing of his prototype car. You've got to have clean air. You'll see a lot of drivers coming into the corners behind other people during this race, offsetting by half a car, full car's width in the big fast corners. That is to keep the clean air there, because when you're close behind somebody else, the air is disturbed, it's dirty, and the downforce is not as strong. The car won't grip, the car doesn't turn. You'll find themselves taking an offline, turning a bit more, running wider, running shallower, and that'll allow those cars to come through. But as we said, as the marbles build up offline, that won't be as possible. So that can lead to its own problem.
Yeah, just have a look here. Just having a look, and the gap is still half a second as they do another lap. Now, Rachel, ironically, 32 laps of this racetrack are already scored complete. I'm going to go back and have a look at this ongoing battle between Pajala. There you can see Pajala in the Phoenix Moonshine car, and then you've got Renan Alzada in the Shark Motorsports car just ahead. 32 laps, and that's how dirty that windscreen mirror is.
It is, and well, that ends up being something the drivers have to keep an eye on. Of course, they can get tear-offs for their screens, and they will need to do it. Prototype drivers, of course, have them on their helmet. They can pull them off whenever they like. They don't have to do it during a pit stop, so major advantage to just having a helmet rather than a big piece of glass in front of you.
Yep, and then Pajada on the exit of the corner, working himself down towards the final corner now in that number 27 Phoenix Moonshine car. That is the Shark Motorsports car just ahead of him. Well, we are anywhere between 20 minutes and 5 minutes away, and that's it. From pit stops commencing and side by side ahead. That's what position actually. That is running Alzada, and yeah, Pakkinen losing a position in towards turn 1. That deserves a replay, Rachel. That was a core sim racing car.
It was indeed. Great run there from those guys, and just need to keep some patience going because things can get a bit hairy, but core boys are certainly doing a good job.
Well, here's the replay then, down in towards turn 1. Let's get ourselves a look then from our aerial coverage as they come down in towards turn 1. It all started with an LMP car coming down in towards that first corner. Shark Motorsports thought about it. He's like, yeah, I'll go down to the inside. That's going to be an easy pickings. And what he did, Rachel, is he used the LMP car as a method of forcing the issue.
Well, exactly, and you can use that as an option all day, and you'll see drivers doing just that. You'll see GT cars taking advantage of the competition to move out of the way from prototype, make a pass themselves. You'll see prototypes doing the same thing with GT traffic. So that is one of the elements of multi-class endurance racing, is there are faster and slower cars. You can either be hindered by it or use it as an advantage.
Looking a little bit further up through the field, Matt Ursel battling it out right now actually with Marco Gabriel Nessi. So there you can see PRT number 35 machine and the Abernathy Racing Team car. Well, 0.2 of a second, Rachel. These two drivers, nothing between them as they come through some traffic.
Yeah, and as I said, the traffic can be the critical component. Learn how to navigate it well, and you can succeed at this kind of racing. But at the same time, also be your undoing just by being in the wrong place at the wrong time. And yeah, I'm keeping my eyes on the core boys in a moment in the 15 car. Sim Racing's team, driven by Gary Pakkanen right now, really in a heavy amount of traffic. Dark Motorsports ahead with a prototype behind them, and two prototypes stacking up behind, with 49 Motorsports in the rear. Things are very busy in that final sector.
Let's have a look down in towards turn. Oh, look how close that one was actually. Abernathy pushing it right now. Nessie is actually going to get himself ahead. Yes, he will. Nessie there, and Abernathy moving himself ahead there of the PRT car. But Mercer wants to come back in towards turn 1 on board right now with Nessie. He's got himself now up one position, but he's battling it out with Ursel right behind him, Rachel, in PRT car, and also Phil Blythe right ahead of him in the 7.3 Motorsports car. They are going ding-dong.
They are indeed, and oh, we've got some tyre smoke there kicking up in the first sector. Is trapping all over again. And we're seeing some of the guys there, but that's Manor MP. No, it's not Manor, it's the Online Sim Racing LMP2. Racing through that GT traffic. We said there was no passing in Sector 1, and that is true. It is just insane to try and pass there, but the guys have made it through. They're patient, they waited, they come through in double apex right-hander. And up on the Shark car next.
And there's the gap back behind. It is currently scored as 1 second on the racetrack. Well, so far, ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a very entertaining races. And now, Rachel, pit stops come. And here's what I talk about pit stops. It's a lap that you lose during a pit stop here. This isn't like Spa. At Spa, you lose 2 minutes. That's not even a lap. Here, that is a lap. And therefore, you'd expect people to go slower than they would to go quicker. The reason why? They want to try and save themselves one pit stop if they can in this event.
Absolutely, and that can be the difference between winning and losing the race, and very important to try and save fuel, but at the same time you've got to go fast enough to actually keep up with the traffic and keep up with track position. So just yeah, about managing exactly what you've got. But saving fuel has the double effect of also saving your tyres, so it can make you go faster for longer.
As we can see there, we've got ourselves a live time and scoring back 9 hours 14 minutes. So it's been 45 minutes worth of racing here, and now these drivers are getting themselves down to their first pit stop window of the day. Your C1 drivers, Autobahn Motorsports, lead Rachel by 3 seconds over Radicals. This is a surprise in itself.
It is, and not sure we expected to see that one right now. We did have Radicals pegged as one of our strong candidates for the dominant win here today. But right now, Autobahn Motorsports doing a great job. John Ulmer leading this race with confidence. They have done from the very early laps, and just incredible run from them so far. 3 second gap. Just pushing so hard now. In fact, well, that are actually getting passed right now. They were passing, I apologise, one of the lap down prototype cars. That was, I believe... No, it wasn't. I thought it was a lapped car, but apparently it's not. That was lapping a car, I think.
Indeed. There we can see, and also...
More to Autosport, Will, sorry.
That's the one, no worries.
Eventually.
Let's have a look at your GT division though, Rachel. Coanda. Well, we expected Coanda to dominate. They've got themselves an 8-second gap over Red Evolution already. 16 seconds over Sharp Motorsport. 17 seconds over Core Sim Racing. The best battle we have got is between your Core Sim Racing, Sharp Motorsports, and Phoenix Moonshine cars. This is going to be a battle I am looking forward to watch.
Absolutely, and they always seem to put up a great, entertaining fight. We've got some GT driving masters in this field today. Although, keeping my eyes around Fortinet Motorsports and Phoenix Moonshine, because there is a massive pack of prototypes there. That looks a little hairy for those guys as if you're bottled up in the double apex in the second sector. 3 wide at the front of that, though. That looks messy, Will.
It does. We're having a look from the rear right now of Pakkanen in the Core Sim Racing car. Just so you can see all the craziness going behind. I love this camera angle, Rachel. Because Road Atlanta is a bumpy, arduous racetrack. And it means that you can see all of the dips, all of the bends. And you can see, thankfully there, for Pakkanen, was able to still stick with running Azaldo in the Sharp Motorsports car throughout Sector 1. And actually, Bajaj did himself a very good job that lap.
He did, and that's what you got to be. You got to be cool under pressure from the prototype cars, and you're just going to be hold your ground. A lot of drivers try and move out of the way for prototypes when they see them coming, and that can also cause incidents. The best way to be a GT driver: simply do your race. Pretend they're not even there. Obviously, when they're there, you make sure you don't drive into them, but don't change your line. Be consistent. It's the overtaking car's job to pass you safely. Hold your racing line. They are faster. They can go around the outside. They have more downforce. They will do. Leave it to them. Be predictable. Do exactly what you do every single lap. And that way, as a GT driver, you'll get through it to line.
You talk about being predictable and doing the same thing every lap. I don't think the number 15 car wants to run himself off the racetrack in the final corner every lap. The final corner here, actually, is very similar to the final corner at Lymont Park, Rachel, where it's so easy to push wide, and a lot of drivers will do that. Now, there are no incident rules in play here. However, safety rating is in effect. You've got to pay attention, you've got to play, and also, if you go off, the grass here is very slippery.
It is, especially because a lot it's downhill at the fast corners where you go off, so it'll be a problem. But we did see it at Bar, for example. A number of drivers demoted their license class or dropped a whole 1.5, 1.6 points of safety rating because of the no incident limit and SR application in this series. We saw a number of A-class drivers going down to B because they just lost so much at Spa. Taking an off-track every lap, pushing the limit. We'll have a few tips in this time, I suspect, but it's something to be considered. But at the end of the day, safety rating can be ignored by the drivers largely once you're at a certain point, because it will look after itself. To win a race, to do well at a race, you're going to have more time on the track than off it, and as such, it'll tend to grow. So they make sure they do good laps and keep things going well. Try not to, cut the grass too often, they'll be fine.
I'll tell you one thing, that this track in itself might be one that sees some big names not run it. We know Coanda are very good at keeping their car on the shiny black stuff, but some teams, some drivers are thinking bigger picture right now, and they cannot afford to lose their licenses. We're going to talk about that over the course of the next hour, and in fact, it's something that I'm going to be talking about on my new radio show. Every Thursday evening, I go back to where this journey all began. Going back to student radio, catch it on DAB, digital radio, in the West Midlands. Catch it online through RaceSpotTV if you live around the world. It's a Will Vincent show, and trust me, student radio has never heard anything as controversial as what we're going to see coming this Thursday night. It's talk radio, it's real radio, for the first time in a very long time. Phil Blythe versus Marco Gabriel Nessi. They are scrapping it out right now. I love the look of these two drivers, Rachel. They are going hammer and tongue. But, of course, Albon Minatti, we know them to be just sometimes a little bit on the aggressive side.
Yeah, it's one of those things you just got to have to take into account and deal with. Endurance racing is so team involved, Will, and they have to balance that. It's something that's going to be taken on board and looked after by everybody on the group. It can't simply be a one-driver issue, and it's part of the whole package. It's a different discipline to a sprint race. It's a different discipline to Formula One. It's a combined effort, and it takes a lot of different factors to get to the end.
Look at this, though. Here you can see, oh, a little bit of blocking, a little bit of weaving there, down in towards turn number 1. You don't need to do that this early, Rachel. You really don't need to push that hard too quickly. Yet you're only 1 hour into this event. You've got to make sure that you keep that car going in the right direction. Make sure that you don't put yourself into what I call a compromising position. That 73 Motorsports car, though, isn't taking the bait.
No, he's not, and that's a good thing. We know the 73 Motorsports guys are pretty good. Phil Blythe currently behind the wheel of that machine. But it's about, as we said, patience, and you can push hard, try and catch someone, or you can sit back and save some tyres and let that catch them for you. You'd be surprised how easy it is to look after the car and manage the tyres and watch a less experienced driver come back to you, or someone that's been pushing harder. If you can't win in a straight line by direct speed, you can go out there and win it in the pit stops. You can go out there and win it on tyres. You can win it on fuel stint length. And that's a major factor. And as you mentioned, we're coming up on the hour now. I'm starting to wonder how long it is before we start seeing prototypes and GT cars heading to pit road. Because with the new, of course, track surface we brought here to iRacing and stepping beyond that fourth wall of the commentary booth, we now have different factors at play. The tyre model has changed. Similar to the compound of the tyre in real life, the way it's formed is different, and it reacts is different. And I think what you'll see is tyre stints will get shorter as this race goes on. Road tracks tend to heat up more slowly than an oval track, for example. So after 2 or 3 hours, 4 hours, this track will be fully rubbered up after about 4 hours, so we'll have about 100% rubber on the track, and it'll be hot. It'll be very hot. And that will reduce tyre life significantly, which means you'll see a track that's more slippery than it was, with tyres that are building up their temperature, and because the iRacing tyre model is based on temperature, you find that with the hotter track you can't dissipate heat as much, the tyre's cooler, so you'll find you have hotter tyres wearing out faster with a track with less grip. So we'll see shorter stints, with the undercut being a far more important factor, so it could be a case of taking an extra pit stop is faster than taking one less.
Indeed, and this is going to be different. Oh, what we saw previously, Albon Minatti there almost having himself a little bit of a moment. TNT Racing, as Albon Minatti comes out of pit road, drivers who are pitted. We have ourselves Sean Ulmer having made himself a pit stop in the Autobahn Motorsports car off of our screens. Anthony Massani has on pit road as we speak there. So, they can see Radicals online. Pit stop time, 31.3 seconds. Any longer than this, it's going to be a very, very slow stop. What are Radicals doing? Did they speed on pit road? Radicals are going to lose second place here. With this pit stop, long stop, out and away. Time will get it eventually, Rachel. But Radicals, that seem to be slow by my watch. They are 7.5 seconds right now behind John Ulmer.
I'm not sure you're watching live, Will.
I am, I promise.
I've got the Radicals going into the hairpin, so...
Okay, we're saying difference.
Same difference.
But the Radicals Online team, they are falling behind right now. Gabor Mex is on pit road. So Gabor Mex, Rachel, in the Vortex Sim Racing car, completing our first cycle. Now, it looks as though that none of the LMP cars can make an hour. The GT drivers, they can, though.
It can indeed. We've seen previously about an hour to an hour 10 minutes, hour 15 minutes maybe if you're pushing it. But of course, don't forget that the prototypes can take tyres and fuel at the same time. They are equipped to fuel the vehicle and change 4 tyres. GT drivers must take fuel, then must take tyres, which does add a strategy element of, do you do a fuel only stop, do you double stint those tyres, and do you make them last a lot longer with tyres, or do you come in, do you take that penalty of taking tyres after your fuel, do you short fuel, do you undercut the tyre stint? It's a lot of strategy to be played, especially with these GT cars. Plus, you'll find the teams, both in prototype class and in GT, making adjustments to those cars throughout this race. As I mentioned earlier, in terms of the track changing, you'll find it will get a lot tighter as the run goes on. You want to have a loose car, but you'll want to have that loose car at the start, but you'll dial that looseness out with certain ways you can adjust in a pit stop, be that tyre pressure, be that wing angles. So you'll have a car that you've built for the end of the race, but you've manually made it tighter. So early on, when I say tight, I'm an oval phrase perhaps, built more understeer into the car with adjustments. So as you do pit stops throughout the race, you'll chase that changing track condition. You'll take those adjustments out to a point where you will have your original end of race car, which you hope to be the track state you're expecting. Of course, that can be different, but you'll find drivers doing that a lot. You'll see drivers pushing differently as the cars change because they're getting used to a different handling vehicle every stint.
Indeed. Well, 2 minutes and 26 seconds left of this first hour, and none of the GT drivers have come in on a scheduled pit stop. We have the last of our main prototype drivers on pit road. We should just be able to see them on pit road now. There we are. That is Marco Orzon there in the TMA endurance car. Not to be confused, of course, with TNA, because we don't do wrestling here on RaceSpotTV. We do racing. Tell you what though, Rachel, there are some very entertaining team names here today. I think the best one that I've seen, I'm going to try and find it once again. It kind of made me chuckle a little bit. How is she going A racing? They're Canadian. A.
I think it could be a Canadian one. As she going A racing is it's certainly one of the more entertaining. We've had some pretty good team names, of course, in the history of the series so far, but it is a Canadian driver in that one, so how's she going, eh?
Hey.
Yep, we have the Canadians, so we can blame Canada. That's awesome, eh? But I'll put that one away because I'm just going to offend most of Canada if I try and do Canadian accents, but yeah, awesome, and probably powering that car with Putin, but we'll see. Yeah, I'll stop
Worst
now.
case scenario, all we need to do is go to the mall in our sequin shirt and our cool Benetton coat. Anyone knows what I'm talking about, you know what I mean. But the 911 car there, that will get our award for the greatest team name of the day. So here we are then. We have almost completed 1 hour of this, the iRacing.com Petit Le Mans. This is what we do here on RaceSpotTV, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to make sure that we keep you up to date with the race. Endurance racing is very different to what you see in the Indy 500. This is a race that you have to understand. We'll bring you the storylines. The storylines are important. Here's one, for example. Course in racing. You have Badganon behind the wheel of that car, battling it out with Phoenix Moonshine. Moonshine ahead now of Course in racing as we complete the first hour of our coverage here today. Our aerial coverage today, ladies and gentlemen, is brought to you by And One Design. They are the official graphics partner of RaceSpotTV. Our onboard coverage is brought to you by the iRacing Forum app for Android. No Home Depot messages here today, don't worry. No FanDuel commercials, no DraftKings commercials. There's no more saving, no more doing.
Can you save 15% or more on your car insurance?
I might be able to at some point. We'll figure it out. 15% can save you. So 15 minutes can save you 15% or more on car insurance with a certain insurance supplier that is not all sports. So where are we? Anthony Rosselli is leading the way for Radicals once again. And he's done that, Rachel, actually, through the pit stop window. He's back to the race lead. Ulmer, somewhere recently, has made himself a mistake. He's lost himself that race lead.
He has, and well, they're making things very tricky for them, but it's what we really expected to see. They have been the dominant car so far. I've been surprised that Autobahn have taken that from them, but it's going to be very interesting to see exactly what happens with this progression. There's still a lot of time to be played, and there is next to no separation amongst those top 3 cars. I'm going to include Vortex in that one because they are so close, but there's hardly any separation. It's not a major factor. We've seen a lead of a minute. I've seen a lead of 2 minutes thrown away before we change hands, so until this is complete, no gap is too large. We've seen a minute be pulled away on the racetrack. It can happen, and it happens here on iRacing.com.
It is, as they can see, Autobahn Motorsports 902 car, John Ulmer in P number 2. There is your race leader. Radicals Online, are you radical enough? Well, they are currently running in not 1 but 2 top level races here today. If you are looking for coverage of the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, they have just gotten underway. Johnny Simone, Daniel Benefield with the call as we're going to ride ourselves on board there with the driver of Anthony Rosselli. Let's have a listen to what's going on in World Championship land.
9th position, Daniel.
Yeah, what the issue was for Gregor there was he wanted to get past Kazuki by going late on the brakes, but the issue for Gregor was if he went too deep he would have hit Mac and spun Mac around. So really a catch-22 there for Gregor is that now Jake Sturgios is joining this train. Who else is joining it? Hapala's not too far off, and Tamala's about a second or 2 back from Hapala. As now Gregor is in the slipstream of Kazuki Mishima. Will he be close enough? No, he has a little look coming down into turn 12.
There we go. That's what I wanted to see more of Gregor, as we spoke about earlier, being much more aggressive, having that little peak to throw Kazuki off his game. And if you're going to throw anybody off their game, Daniel, as I mentioned, it's Kazuki Mishima, who's butchered some great results in the past, especially last year, as I mentioned, Montreal and the Circuit of the Americas for 2014. This time out, Kazuki really needs to keep his cool, as I mentioned. He did last time out in turn 1, as Mac Backham, he just flew off into another planet there, did not even attempt to turn into that corner, and then we round out to complete the lap. But for Mac Backham there, I'm not sure if the stewards will be looking at that or not, because just completely disregarded where the track limits were.
That is what's happening in World Champion. I'll tell you what, Rachel, if I wasn't commentating this race, I'd be watching that race right now. That seems to be very entertaining. Gregor Hutu down in the pack. Matt Backham having himself a bit of a moment right there. That Circuit of the Americas. And it seems to be this one could be one for the ages.
Absolutely, but if we weren't commentating this one, we'd be commentating that one. So
yeah,
we'd be right there on that one, keeping up with the action. It sounds like it's all kicking off and it's really exciting for those guys. So, kind of gutted to not be on that one, but you know what? We get to bring you 10 hours of endurance racing here. Some of the best guys in the world, and I will trade 2 hours of Formula 1 for 10 hours of endurance racing any day of the week. I honestly find this more exciting. As much as they're incredible talents in the Formula 1 series, a lot of those guys do run these endurance racing cars well, and they have incredible talent in GT cars, in prototypes. From those top teams, they are just talented drivers. I'll watch them anywhere, whatever kind of car they're in, even if they're racing around in Legends and MX-5s.
We can see the first driver on towards pit road from your GT division. That is Patrick Bashard there. We didn't actually get a full pit stop time for him. We've had a number of drivers actually come on towards pit road in the last couple of laps. Klaus Kivikas is now behind the wheel of the Ferrari Supersports car. So the driver who came that close to winning the 2011 Formula 1 World Championship, Grand Prix World Championship Series here on iRacing. Well, he's now in behind the wheel of the number 18 car. Evan Muriel is now behind the wheel of the number car of... I'm just going to figure out who that one is. P3 in class. It's a number 2 machine. There you can see the number 2 machine there. It is the red Devolution racing car. Then you got yourself, of course, Global Martins in P number 4 in class. There you can see him in the Shark Motorsports car. And then Make Polsch for Core Sim Racing, rounding out your top 5 in your GT division. Rachel, 4 drivers out of the race so far. Norbert Lessiner in the number 24 machine. That was Team VSR. And then we've got ourselves also the CTC Racing red car. Mark Pickford started behind the wheel of that. Of course, Mark Pickford, so well known in Club UK and Ireland. In your LMP division, your first retiree is OER Motorsports. Is the number 8 car. They're sat on pit road trying to get repairs. And T-Racing Felipe Toto also out of the race. That is in your LMP division. But there are issues that these GT drivers have to deal about that you don't get in LMP. The biggest one is what happens if you slam down the gearbox too quickly. Your engine says bye-bye.
Oh yeah, you'll squirt that transmission right out of the exhaust pipes in that GT car if you try and shift down too quickly. And yeah, it's something that the synchromesh gearboxes don't have in the prototypes. Of course, they have double clutch systems, so they can just go down the gearbox as fast as they like, because they're designed to go like that. But you have a car like the, of course, the GT cars. They're not. You have to blip them, you have to clutch them, you have to treat them like a car. Which might be something unusual and foreign for our American friends, but they are tricky, and you can mistreat them, you can damage them, and you can abuse them, and they will really bite you back for it. So they need to be looked after, and that sort of damage will mean you have a long time in the pits. But we've seen it before. Sticking with it, getting that car fixed, and coming back out again can gain you a lot of places, and sometimes even a podium.
Couple of quick points. Shout out to Joan Collier. We agree, FOM have a lot to learn, not just about broadcasting, but a lot overall. They're not in a good state right now, really, are they? But you know what? They might sort themselves out. Give Red Bull an engine. Hashtag. You know, because we want to see Red Bull stay in F1. Even if it means that we get to see Christian Horner complain about everything, we want to see them in F1 for another couple of years.
You know what, Will?
What?
I think they shouldn't be given an engine necessarily. I think they should have Bernie Eccleston inside the engine cover of the Red Bull for next year with pedals.
I'll tell you what.
I would pay to see that, to
the amount of hot air that comes out of that car.
And, oh, actually, yeah, turbine, there we go. Yeah. Bernie Eccleston powered turbine car. It's environmentally friendly, and the hot air can then go on and keep the environment good.
And let's be honest, there's a lot of hot air that comes out of Bernie Eccleston, so, you know,
oh, yes, and it's compact, so it's streamlined.
Yeah, precisely. Then also give a shout out to Granite City Racing. Also to TX-Con, yeah, we noticed some slight damage from Radicals through the damage that they had in Phoenix earlier on. Also Red Devolution Racing, shout out to those guys. And also it's the person that says that they wanted to overtake Gregor Hutu. You don't ever overtake Gregor Hutu. Gregor Hutu lets you go past. I
do seem to recall though when George overtook Gregor Hutu, it was less of an overtake, more of an impalement.
Yeah.
But yeah, semantics.
Yeah. Precisely. Vortex Sim Racing, Gabon Mech, currently P number 2. They benefit the most out of this first pit stop in LMP, Rachel.
Yeah, they do, and that's a major advantage for them. But right now, it's pretty tight. 6 seconds back for Vortex, 20 seconds back for 7-3. Even Pure Racing Team are still in this one. That's the number 35 machine there with Lenar Rert behind the wheel. Abandonati, they're only 10 seconds back. 20 seconds back for Autobahn. They've really suffered. But right now, any of these cars are still within the window. It's 10 hours. We've got 9 hours remaining. Just under that now. In fact, we've just crossed the 1 hour 15 minute threshold. So that's 9 hours and 45 minutes remaining. Oh, sorry, 8 hours and 45 minutes remaining. But it is all to play for. Like I said, I've seen a minute eaten away on track. At this very track. Of course, I've commentated here for Neo and Gathering of Tweakers, major iRacing Endurance Series, which will be also here live on RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive in the coming months. So keep tuned in for that. Some of the best endurance races going head-to-head in league competition. But we've had races here before. This isn't my first time at Road Atlanta watching these cars doing this. And, oh god, can they do it here or what? The time can be made up. Tyre drop-off is a big factor here. You'll see a huge difference in speed.
Indeed. Shout out also to Rick to Timmins. We're doing a great job apparently, Rachel. I don't
Apparently.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, there you go.
I tell you what, this is one thing about endurance racing, is that it's a very different style of commentating to what... Oh, we've got a car off the racetrack actually there. That is Marco Arizon. You can just see him. We saw that as we were just having a look there. TMA endurance car, number 84 machine, Marco Arizon. Off the racetrack, he will likely... Yeah, indeed, he's going to come onto the pit road right now. So that car is struggling. It looks as though that's going to be a very long repair for him. We'll get ourselves a replay, show you what happened to him then. As well, you never really want to have yourself a situation. Let's have a look. That was, we got the back end of it. That was down into the chicane.
He was trying to avoid a GT car under braking. I believe that was... Oh yeah, someone's taken the number boards off their car and chosen a white number. Thank you very much. Number 3 car, gathering of tweakers. You lot should know better. Yeah, coming into the braking zone behind the gathering of tweakers roof, and he has to lock up his brakes to avoid running into the back of that car, and the car just turns right on him, perhaps a wheel on the grass, and bonk, round he goes. And for people on YouTube asking for live timing, go to timing.RaceSpotTV, and you can have live timing as it happens, including pit road action.
Yep. I'll tell you one thing, he didn't get his wheel on the grass, but it seems to be that he locked a brake under braking. That was it's one of those simple things. What do you do under pressure? It looks to be that the TMA endurance car, Marco Arizon, is going to be out of the race for the time being. It's potentially terminal, but you can see there, the important thing is they need to make sure the suspension arms are all facing in the right place. They need to make sure that this part of the car here, this part of the car here is good. If they can get that sorted out, the engine's at the back of the car, so all they need to make sure from then on in, they put themselves a new nose cone onto it, and from there, they will be fine. But the air will go across the back of the car, and they need to basically make sure that they keep that car aerodynamically as strong as they possibly can. Well, they're all the way down in P number 16 right now. We've had ourselves an hour and 15 minutes of this event. Anthony Rosselli, Radicals Online, are back in the lead. And I'll tell you one thing, Rachel. One team who's fallen apart recently is the team of John Ulmer. He's not behind the wheel. He's actually all the way down in P number 7 right now. They led. They're not leading anymore. They are all the way down in 2-4 P number 6.
Yeah, it's a big drop, of course, for the Autobahn Racing team. We've seen a lot from them so far. They've been a great team. They've led a lot of laps, so it's going to be really exciting to see if they can get up there and actually this car in a fight. They've dropped back, but there's a long way to go. We can't count them out yet.
Yeah, for those of you wondering, by the way, and we've had many questions, how do you work on a 24-hour broadcast? It's a lot more difficult to what you'd have for a normal race. I'm actually, literally, right now, going to take a photo of what it is that I'm using. 3 monitors, a mixing desk, an iPad, a microphone, a headset, and I tell you one thing, I do occasionally use my pedals as well to help control some cameras. That's going to come in a very interesting episode of what we do on RaceSpotTV at some point down the line. But you still got Marco Arizon on pit road as we speak. Ahmed Yamin versus Gabriel Martins. This is a big one going on in GT World. Shark Motorsports versus 49 Motorsports right now. Ahmed Yamin, of course, also Rachel. He used to run in that New World Simsports team. New World Motorsport, we talked about that. They merged with Phoenix Motorsports recently. GSRC sponsorship on the front of the number 49 car. GSRC, of course, one of the many broadcasters all coming together for the 2015 World Cup of iRacing.
Yeah, they are indeed, and a little bit of traffic there, and they've got 72 Motorsports trying to move up the inside of the GT cars. That's going to be pretty intense for them. Yeah, we talked about Ahmed Yamin, and we talked about Patrick Berchlard, Bachelard even, I'll get his name right eventually, who's in that Phoenix Moonshine machine. Yeah, that's bordering on a super team in terms of endurance racing. They've got all the guys from New World Sim Sports, all the guys from Phoenix formed a team, and there's some amazing talent within that group. They've recruited some new drivers, some amazing talent. We've seen some of them before here on So we'll be seeing something from that in the future. A lot of them focusing though on that GT Pro Series drive right now. But yeah, great bunch of guys. They take it the way it's meant to be taken. They take it fun. They don't take it perhaps as seriously as some, and they tend to do well because of it. Because they actually relax. They don't push too hard. They know when to settle back. For the guys who got on that car and will be running today, they are some serious experienced GT drivers. They know when to back out, and that's the biggest factor. Turning off race car driver mode and turning on race car owner mode.
Did you just get a little bit confused by like,
Possibly.
We've got ourselves a car on pit road, by the way. It's Fruit Manzar in the Motorsports car. I'm just trying to show you what's happened to him. You can see the 58 machine is currently on pit road. It looks as though that one might well be a long-standing issue. Let's zoom in then from above. Let's have a... Well, the front end of the car, you can just see, Rachel, it's got some crumpling on the right-hand side of it, right about here. But the rest of the car looks okay. But it's the right side of the car. I think somewhere along the line, there's been an impact with the wall, and that is why that car is out of the race.
It is, and that's unfortunate for those guys. And somehow, even with a rear-engine car, front-end damage with the wall can be terminal. And just major disappointment for those boys. They've had a good run so far. It's early on into a long race, so it's a real crushing blow for them. Just to reply, by the way, to Mark Figu in YouTube, it is a pretty shabby rig you have, Will, for iRacing. Of course, you've been forced to race a car at Daytona in the past and Indianapolis with your feet. Yeah. You couldn't put your wheel on your desk. Using your clutch pedal as a wheel.
There's many things that I can do with my pedals here on iRacing.com.
That we don't need to know about.
Yes. The greatest accomplishment so far is doing a full-up average at Indianapolis Motor Speedway using basically my left foot as my steering wheel. And I tell you what, it's an interesting experience. When you can get it right, it is oh so satisfying. Yeah, I want to get mind over body. That's one thing that you can do. Having a look then on replay, Farouk Mansar, and this is going to be under braking. He did catch a white line. Back into that car, seems to have stepped out at some point. Up the hill he comes, catches a white line. At some point, that car is going to get loose on him right about now. No, it's going to be towards turn 1. Is that back? It's going to be right towards turn 1 there. The Autosport Motorsports car is going to slam himself off of the racetrack. And well, it's going to be a shame for Farouk Mansar because we know him to be exceptionally good here in endurance racing. He started his journey back in Torque Freak Racing's Cup. That was on Glacier TV. I remember commentating on him 3.5 years ago. He rose through the ranks. He became exceptional in his trade. Unfortunately, though, his day is done in the early going. We've not even had, what 1 hour of this race scored complete. Well, sorry, 2 hours of this race scored complete. And unfortunately, Farouk Mansar is out, Rachel. That is not what we want to see.
It's not, and unfortunately will be one of those things that happens occasionally. You've got to learn from it, you've got to move on, and hopefully he will. Experienced enough driver, so hopefully they can come back from this one and find something from it. But looks like their run for the Petit Le Mans was more petit than they would have liked.
Yeah, we're just trying to figure out exactly what happened. I think it's over the crest this time by, because yeah, he is classified as out of the race right now. Is Farouk Mansar. Let's just try and figure out. Actually, we've been training the wrong person. That's the reason why, Rachel. Our replay cameraman has completely messed this up, and they can see Farouk Mansar has been struggling. We weren't showing it to you. We're showing you the wrong thing, so we do apologise. Farouk Mansar is in that situation. Let's have a look and figure out what happened to him. But his car is damaged. His car is out of the race. It's a Mort Autosport number 58 car, not John Ulmer, as we were just alluding to there. In the number 902 car, we need to stack a cameraman.
We do, and just to let you know that Farouk Mansar's admirable stuntman is completely fine so far. His driving is great, his car is fine, so the stuntman we've been showing you is still in one piece, is the important thing. But we've been joined by the one, the only, Cameron Walsh.
Hi! Hi, how are we doing?
Do we hear Zoe in the background?
Yes, you do.
What's up, Zoe? Zoe,
Yeah,
by the way,
she's
is the
itching
official
herself.
dog of RaceSpotTV for anyone who's trying to figure out that one. So we have mascots here on RaceSpotTV. Zoe is the official toy squeaking dog of RaceSpotTV. One day we hope to get her RaceSpotTV squeaky toy branded things.
Of course, very important things. Yeah, she's just she's making sure that collar jingles because she knows I'm on air, and that's really the only time she checks for those things. But you know, she's here, and so is the cat.
Why aren't you watching College Game Day?
Why aren't I? Because I
Yeah.
literally just walked home from the factory, and I had a conversation with my wife and see how she was doing after her accident a couple days ago. But you know, everything's going good, so I just hopped in. Hi.
We love you being here, by the way. We're not trying to kick you out, I promise.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, you were.
No, you can stay if you like. We don't mind.
But yeah, Cam, the iRacing.com Petit Le Mans, we've got ourselves. We're running through our top 8. Radicals Online leading by 4 seconds over Vortex right now in LMP. Then 7-3 Motorsports 23 seconds back. PRT 27 seconds back. Autobahn Motorsports falling off the pace 52 seconds behind your race leader. Then Abernathy Racing Team, FRT Hawkers Endurance Team P7, Pro Sim Racing in P8 in your LMP team. Then Commander Sim Sports leading away from Red Devolution Racing, from Core Sim Racing for 49 Motorsports, Shark Motorsports, Phoenix Moonshine, Elixir Racing Team, and One Racing Sport. They are your top 8 in GT. Any surprises there from you from what I've just said?
No, not at all. And I have this very handy website looking in front of me. It's www.racespot.tv/timing, which is not a plug at all whatsoever. And I can see all of the information as well. It's looks like it's already been quite a barnstormer, but I'm surprised that Vortex car is hanging right with Radicals. But I guess nowadays really shouldn't, as Vortex and even the 7.3 Motorsport cars are very, very quick. Even though 7.3 they might have they've pitted as well. So. No, it doesn't really seem anything too out of the extraordinary, but I have to say, though, in 10 hours, if we saw anything at the real Petit Le Mans, all sorts of crazy things can and do routinely happen. So, Road Atlanta, it's a very dangerous track as far as trying to take over lapped cars. So we'll see who makes it to the other side. But yeah, right now, nothing too out of the ordinary, even after their first pit stops.
Well, we're going to step aside for just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. We've been with you for the last hour non-stop here on RaceSpotTV. We are not Fox Sports 1. We do occasionally need to catch our breath, but we're going to take you for the first time today. RaceSpotTV, side by side. We'll be right back.
Nick Candy, what a move. Truex on the outside, contact made. 56 slides it at a 4. Who's going to be at the stripe? Dead even, give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun.
Tell you one thing, they say that Saturday is game day. As far as iRacing goes, Saturday is also race day. We have got some of the biggest races in the world here for you on Saturdays throughout fall into winter. We've got today, we've got next week the iRacing.com Bathurst 1000. We've got the iRacing.com Pro Series of Road Racing. We've also got ourselves the Gathering of Tweakers Endurance Series. Cam, Saturday, it's race day.
It absolutely is a jam-packed schedule here. Even on RaceSpotTV and iRacing.com, but even just in general, the racing is going to be absolutely packed this weekend. We thought that the racing seasons might be looking over, IndyCars might be done, the Tudor Series might be done, but we still have massive amounts of racing from all across the world, Bathurst to Fuji, all around the real world and here in the sim racing, of course, with the Petit Le Mans, as well as everything that you could possibly imagine. I think we've got the Black Pen Endurance Series qualifying series. That's for next season's Pro Series, the qualification. The top 40, I believe, of this season's Blank Pen Endurance Series will be given an invitation. So hot and heavy racing going on there, I'm sure, as well. And then, of course, we've got the main event here at Petit Le Mans, Road Atlanta. I still love this combination of HPDs and GT3 cars. It is still just a very good product.
I love the fact that I've just played the track that started off being one of the intros to League of Legends' World Championships, which then became adopted.
Oh, good. We'll get a... Oh, never mind. Never mind. It's Mort Autosport just lost their front nose cone, but they're already 10 laps down, so...
Yeah. Which then, of course, got adopted by ESPN for College Game Day, because they are coming to your city. And now we're using it, so, you know, we're showing the love.
Oh, good. Just a bandwagon.
Yeah, by the way, whilst we were away, Gabor Mex has been able to move himself ahead of Radical's online car of Anthony Rosselli. And of course, you would have known that if you're on RaceSpot.tv/timing. Rachel?
You know, it helps
she muted her mic. Yeah, there you go.
Always a good thing. Yeah, thank you to Nick Feaston, of course, for live timing. But, yeah, incredible feature we have there for this race. You can keep an eye on everything, including see when drivers are in off pit road, anything that's changed, like a class leader change. So it's great to see that, and very useful feature for not just the commentators, us, but for the viewers. So, yeah, really useful on the track. But things getting exciting again here. Lots of traffic, lots of movement around. Only 5 cars left on that lead lap. Autobahn, Your Racing Team, 7-3, Radicals and Vortex, with Gabor Mex leading in that Vortex Sim Racing Honda prototype. Number 16 doing a great job. So yeah, everything's going well.
It's worth noting as well, we're just having a look at ourselves back from a replay there of Anthony Rosselli behind the wheel of that Radicals Online car. That these are the 2 people to beat here, Cam. Radicals Online and potentially also Vortex. Of course, Vortex have come out big before in a Road Warrior event. It was arguably at Spa the moment that defined that team. And I know Vortex, out of not only just our commentary circle, but all commentary circles, arguably better than anyone else. As you just see that, look at the replay there, down to the inside, when Gabor Mex, and down to the inside, down to the race lead, went Vortex Sim Racing. I know Vortex better than any other commentator in all the sim racing. I've seen their journey, I've seen them moving up through the field over the course of the last 3 years. And a couple of crazy passes like they just did there over a roof. But if Vortex win here today, Cam, they haven't just arrived, they have made a statement as far as everything will go in terms of all of these new championships will go, as far as endurance racing for the next year will go.
Yes, in Vortex Sim Racing, I mean, this is really a sim racing team that, as you said, we've been following for some time now. Of course, they're a Neo prominence as well, Neo Endurance Series, which you can watch also. In 6 days, or is it 6 days? Or is it 7 days? I think it's 7 days. Either way, yes, the blue and red Vortex Sim Racing car is something we've all kind of become familiar with. All the drivers we're familiar with. Here's, of course, Gabor Mex has been the only driver so far today, but there are quite a few in the stable. It doesn't surprise me that they've managed to push past Radicals Online, but already not just pushed by, as Gabor Mex will bring his Honda HBD across the line one more time. His last lap, a 112.9, breaking into the 12s.
Good morning.
Radicals,
Good
Anthony
afternoon.
Rosselli, as he crosses line, a 114.2. That gap dropping from 4 to 6 seconds. So unless Rosselli is now backing it way off, possibly in a different strategy, as of course the strategies will be varying all sorts of today. I mean, between the tire wear, which we can already even see through the bottom of the S's and up that steep left-handed turn, you can already see the rubber getting absolutely laid down. We're going to have some good racing here later on. It's definitely going to be interesting. I think this is one of our first events, longer events, where we will actually see a lot of these tire grooves come into play. I think you guys have already touched on that, or at least Rachel did earlier on. But yeah, that Vortex Sim Racing car looking very good, looking very in control. And let's just hope that it can continue. You don't want to take too many crazy maneuvers just yet, as we are only 1 hour and 30 minutes into this 10-hour race.
Yeah, that is crazy in itself. But what we've learned over the last 2 years, Rachel, is that, you know, 10-hour races for us, that's a walk in the park these days compared to what we've done previously. Have a look on board of the online sim racing DE LMP2 car of Jan-Philippe Weed. He's running in no man's land, but I'm interested in the driver coming up behind him, the FRT Hawkins Endurance Team car, because he's actually a second lap faster. He'll be there in 2 laps if the online sim racing LMP number 2 car is not careful.
Exactly, and you've got to be careful here because right now that's a problem. But well, like I said at the beginning of the race, the one thing that will beat you more than any other car on the racetrack here at Atlanta is yourself, and you've just got to be very, very careful. These cars are so on edge, and this first sector is a real opportunity to make a mistake. There's the hairpin, there's traffic. It's just got to be. You've got to second guess yourself. You've got to stop yourself from doing things you might have done somewhere else. It's not an hour race. You can't do another one in an hour's time. You can't do it in the next round. This is 10 hours. It's once a year. You've got to make it right. Finishing itself is its own reward, and to be honest, just finishing can even be a good result. So we just saw there the online simracing.de LMB2 car nearly getting sideways behind that CTC racing machine, but just managing to hold it on there. So that's an example of just close.
Yep, just a very quick public service announcement. Don't forget, if you're an iRacing member, don't forget that when you're watching our videos and you're commenting on our videos, you are still bound by the iRacing.com terms and conditions. Please remember to play nice, because at the end of the day, this is sim racing cam. We're here for fun. We're not here to shout and argue. Only IndyCar drivers do that.
IndyCar drivers and oval racers who want to race on dirt. No, we never argue. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It'll be
It actually is.
it'll be confirmed when they release. Hold on a second. Let me flip through my books I have in front of me here. When they release, and I have the book here, Soda Off-Road Racing, which is finally authentic off-road racing made by Sierra. How did I mess up that name? And Papyrus. Until they release that again, it's going to be a while for some proper dirt racing. So let's just focus on what we have in front of us, which is a very good product. But not only a good product, but a growing product, as iRacing over the last, 2 years, I'd have to say, has been making kind of leaps and bounds. When I first started, a couple of new tracks here or there, a new car, a new series, things were progressing at a steady rate, which is always a good thing. But then, over the last, I'd say, 18 months, the amount of changes that has happened to this service has really started to propel it forward. It's gotten a lot of momentum, and it is absolutely pushing us forward. I mean, just even looking at the GT3 category, which for me is still new. It's still got the new car smell for me. We're looking at who's coming these days. Possibly the Aston Martin GT3, the Audi, the Corvette. Yeah, the Corvette. Well, I'm just talking about GT3 cars.
Oh.
I mean,
Ladies.
just their
Audi.
I mean, Audi. The I don't think they're. What else
Ladies.
is coming? Yes. Yeah, the Mercedes.
Basically,
Yes. The one with the gold wing doors.
Yeah.
Yes.
If
The one
they're
the right
German, then they're coming. If they're any other nationality, they might be coming.
But I mean, it's not even that. And then you start looking at other series, other tracks that they've either updated to bring them up to their current standards. They recently redid Laguna Seca to have all of the graphical bells and whistles that a more modern track was. Is the Coanda SimSport BMW is going to be getting lapped by that second place Radicals Online prototype there, which actually is going to get passed on the outside by that TMA Endurance car as well. Of course, they're well back down in the pack. They had an early on incident, but Klaus Kavikas just putting it on the inside, letting them go by. It's just something to behold between the dynamic tracks, how the new tracks look. I mean, if you've actually taken a good look at some of the new tracks that have been released, just the amount of detail is absolutely stunning. And of course,
coming.
Look what's coming. Even the Nürburgring, both the Nordschleife and the GP circuit. I'm happy about the GP circuit as well. Just a whole slew of the content.
10 years ago. I don't like the first sector of the new Nürburgring.
But specific to, of course, this event, the Petit Le Mans, we're also getting, and it has been confirmed, Circuit de la Sarthe for the Le Mans.
Yes, we do.
24-hour race. 24 hours du Mans, which we should be getting we'll be doing live.
Yeah,
so that'd be amazing.
As the American, I have to say it like it is. It's the 24 hours of Le Mans. You gotta say it like you're from Boston.
Pardon, monsieur. C'est en 2060. C'est les.
I don't have time for croissants.
24
I don't know what you were saying, but
24 heures de Le Mans à le Circuit de la Sarthe, ici en RaceSpotTV, ici en iRacingLive.
Okay, so back in the English-speaking world, Dino Topic is in the race as well. I used to race GT3 cars with him. Hello. Sorry, but yes, just what is coming out, and even in the prototype divisions, it's been a while since the prototype team has opened the doors. As iRacing, as it turns out, they get so much data that some teams, after signing, just kind of look at it and go, we're not ready to give that much data, but we just recently got the C7R Corvette Daytona prototype, which was absolutely huge. It's not here today, and there's a very good reason for that, is the GT3 cars, at least on the, I think at least on the top end, they're a little too similar. I don't think they would mingle too extraordinarily well, as of course the Authentic Series, the next season of, what is it, WeatherTech, the WeatherTech United Sports Car Championship. They will be running.
That's a weird one.
What,
because
WeatherTech?
of course, Tudor. People forget that Tudor basically are owned by Rolex. They are a brand of Rolex.
Yes.
But for them to go down to what is essentially associate sponsorship route, and for WeatherTech,
the official watch,
who essentially make car mats.
Very good ones though.
Yeah, no.
Very good ones though, Will. But yeah, that's perfectly fine. And WeatherTech, of course, has been a sponsor. I mean, heck, ever since I've been following sports cars, I've always seen them on a Porsche. So for me, it's a little bit of a change, but it could have been a little crazier. Yeah, so we just looking at how it is down the road, and of course. Even all this new stuff, we've even got some old stuff coming up, and that's here on RaceSpot. And I say old stuff, I'm talking about we're going to be having the next season of the Neo Endurance Series, going back to a very successful formula back when we couldn't do full endurance racing. We could only do one-car driver teams back then. But we're going to have the HPD, the Corvette, the brand new Aston Martin GT1, which I love that they did, and the Ford GT2 in the Neo Endurance Series, and that's going to be an event to behold, especially for some of us who have been here for a while when that was endurance racing.
Just to let you know, the How Is She Doing A racing car decided, Rachel, that they forgot to put the car into a forward-facing gear and just reversed before they could actually come out of pit road. So we'd like to say sorry to the 911 car.
They would, because Canada is very good at saying sorry. Very polite in Canada. But looks like someone didn't check how she was doing because they went the wrong way. But it's unfortunate they're still in the race, which is a good thing. I do think they're one of the funniest named teams we've got so far in this race, but they're not the best.
I'm just looking.
Perhaps I have to put up Team Bushfink. I quite like that name. That's a good team name. I like them. Team Excelsior Racing Team. They sound
Excelsior,
spacey and cool. Speed Asylum Red. They're a good team, but that's, I mean, crazy speed. That's quite a good pun. But no, it's a lot of awesome teams in here. Teams we've not seen before, which is a great thing. We are missing teams like Mad Cow Bessie, who we're so used to commentating on. We love those guys. Tasmanian farmers in race cars.
Motorsports are out of the races, it seems, right now. They've been on pit road for the last 5 laps. We haven't actually seen them. But Shark Motorsports are classified as out of the event, on pit road right now. We are going to try and figure out what happened to them. But Rachel, they were a team right there in the mix at one point.
Yeah, they were. And they're not the only one, because we appear to have also lost the Petit Le Mans. With Mr. Le Mans, Jonathan Battel, who, of course, races anything to do with Le Mans.
Yep, we're trying to figure out if we can find any of these two people. You can see at this point we have already got ourselves a number 88 car on pit road. So we're just going to try and rewind our tape back just a little bit and see whether we can find Gibbon Martins. Just trying to have a little bit of a look. So bear with us. One more minute. We're going to have one more try. It does look as though, actually no, at this point he's already on pit road. Shark Motorsports is classified as out of the race.
Shark's been out for
a while, shall we say?
Yeah, I was going to say they've been out pretty much since I showed up, which is just a shame. I'm seeing a lot of these cars actually as the Abandonati. Oh Jesus, I know how to say the name. You just got to. There we go. Their racing team, piloted currently by Carlo Labanti. With I almost said Labanti. No, he's a NASCAR driver. Well, he's retired for a while, as Carlo will hop out of that and hand it over to Valero Pienzia. Pienzena. Oh, Jesus. It's going to take me a while to warm up the name translator, okay? As obviously the Abenati racing team is Italian, I would have to guess. But yeah, they're coming in. They're getting some of that bodywork changed. They're probably going to get a new front nose cone on that, and they're going to be out and away. Yes, they do. So they've got the new nose cone on that. They're only one lap down. They started in 16th, up to 6th. They'll start pulling away. And this is going to be very important here, actually. This pit exit is very frightening. It won't be for the prototype this time by, but a lot of GT cars, they actually swing well to the right and then cut it for that very, very difficult turn number 3.
Just a couple of things very quickly on Twitter. I'm going to try and multitask here. We've got Klaus Kivikas. We're going to ride a lap, first of all, on board with Klaus Kivikas. We'll be back in 1 minute and 20 seconds. We had a couple of people on pit road. We're going to have ourselves a couple of more people on pit road as we speak. And this one is Tamas.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Vortex Sim Racing car just had a completely unassisted issue going down the main straight. The long straight. It's almost like you didn't see the kink in the road. He's done it 88 times. How'd you miss it on the 89th? But he gathered it back up after that car almost went to the outside wall. That would have been a terrible end to Vortex's day. But
they try and do their in-car adjustments down that back straightaway. Think about how much fuel they have. We're in that pit sequence now. We're trying to figure out how much fuel do they have. Can they do one more lap? They're looking down. They're looking, and this is the reason why, ladies and gentlemen, you don't ever text while driving because.
Oh God! Just look at the onboard. Go to the roll bar down the straight. That is frightening. You're just sitting there telling him to turn, and it's just going straight and straight. And you realize at the last second that was almost an extraordinarily critical mistake there from the Vortex Sim Racing. But he gathered it back up, and he's on the road now.
He's on the road to Viridian City.
Quite possibly, but yeah, not paying attention there for the Vortex car. That's all he really desperately wanted to see what the Verge looked like. But yeah. No, just these laps has happened, and of course it's also a matter of driver awareness and driver alertness in an endurance race. Of course, it's very easy to kind of get into a rhythm and just drift away, not quite be paying attention for once, and something to go wrong. So, gotta keep your eyes open at all times.
Well, actually, we just saw there what happened. We slowed it down for you. But that very almost could have been catastrophic. And you do all these in-car adjustments. You mess about with the roll bars. You mess about with the fuel, everything. Now, Gubble Max technically leads this race by 27 seconds. He won't lead the race once all is said and done with pit stops. But, Cam, is that the sort of thing that you're thinking like if you're a team owner saying, okay, let's get someone else into the car after 2 hours? Because this isn't 24 hours. You don't need to be doing 4-hour stints. You can just do a couple of hours here, a couple of hours there.
Yeah, I mean, this is all whoever's on at that team right now. I'm sure Gabor has somebody in the channel with him, talking him on, telling him where the intervals are, what's going on, who's pitting when, as who is it that's pitting on? Okay, the FRT Hawkers Endurance team car is coming in. They're in 8th position right now. But, yeah, it's just it's trying to figure out exactly when you want to do these changes. As Wyatt Gooden, I don't know if we reported that. Wyatt Gooden is now in that Radicals Online car, so he's on for his first stint of the day. And, of course, you know, 10 hours, it's long enough to where strategy matters so very much, whereas Watkins Glen is more like a pure sprint race. This race is just long enough where strategy is extraordinarily important. So we'll have to see whether they want to take Gabor out at this state right here, or if they keep him in for another stint. It's going to be coming up to that time fairly soon. They should be coming in the next couple of laps.
Indeed, they should be. And here's a look then from our aerial coverage.
7-3 is also in the pits.
Yep, look from our aerial coverage here today. Our onboard coverage brought to you by the iRacing Forum app for Android. Our aerial coverage is brought to you by And1 Design. They are the official graphics partner of RaceSpotTV. So we go back on board then with this driver. It is the FRC Hawkins Endurance Team. 2 hours almost in the book, Rachel. What have we learned so far? Well, not a lot.
Other than don't drive off the racetrack.
Yeah, quite literally.
The Abandonati racing teams just had an incident. They were in the, I call it kind of the spoon section. Those two right-handers before the very long straight. It looks like he just lost the rear end. Huh? Yeah, 5 and 6, and he just spun it around. He got out of the car, and nobody's sitting in the car. It's in pit lane.
Oh, we'll go back and find a replay. What car number is it? It's number 8.
Yes, no, it's car number 4. It's the Abandonati racing team. I got it now, but now it just looks like the car's just not there. It's not on track.
Abandonati.
Abandonati.
We won't make any comment about the fact that it has been abandoned, shall we?
It has been completely abandoned, yes. I went over my head, actually.
Yeah, let's have a look. No, we are on board. Let's have a look then with the Abandonati racing team. Valeria Pienza in the number 4 car. This is through turn number 3, through 4, into 5. He comes now. So down he comes then on towards the back straight away, and we're trying to figure out what happened to him. At the same time, we got ourselves Cedric Kozik on pit road. Most people are a second stop, and yes, Cam.
Well, we did a little bit of an oopsie doodle as we were just talking about Gabor Max. If we look at the Vortex Sim Racing car, that helmet is not blue. We might have missed the leader's pit stop. But anyways, Dennis Garis in that Vortex Sim Racing HPD car. I was wondering why he was now 10 seconds behind the Autobahn Motorsports car, as the John Ulmer will now take over in the Autobahn Motorsports car. Always love a good black and green monster car. But yes, so the pits have come through now. I believe Autobahn still has to pit. But when they do, they will be about maybe 30 seconds behind, as right now there's about a 10-second gap, actually, between Dennis Garis and Riot Gooden. So Gabor Max, in his final couple of laps there, was able to really push the gap.
Yeah, and it's interesting to note, though, that we've also got ourselves a couple of people kind of slightly falling out of sequence, shall we say. Leading the race right now is this guy. It is the Autobahn Motorsports car of John Ulmer. Having a look at live timing and scoring rates, you'll see when he last came towards pit road. Almost done 41 laps on this thing. He is due on pit road this time by.
Yep, he is. So we'll get to see those guys come down pit road, and hopefully we can have a perfect start, which they really need.
Okay, we just lost Rachel Whiteford. We do apologize.
No, you've not. I'm here.
There she is.
I am, in fact, here. I was talking all the time, but you chose not to listen.
I always listen.
That's
to
the
you,
thing.
Rachel. I
was saying, hopefully they can have a perfect pit stop, which they really need to do here. Keep themselves in this game, as we have online simracing.de on pit road right now.
Indeed, we have as Jacob Lanneman there. They can see him in the number 45 machine. For those of you wondering why we're focusing on LMP cars, because the fuel tanks are different. The LMP drivers coming towards pit road about every 55 minutes. The GT drivers come on every hour and 5 minutes. That's all about a motorsports car. They can see Lamo coming out of pit road right about now. He's down P number 7. Another lap goes by. John Ulmer stays on track. He will do himself another lap. But Cam, GT drivers still got to do some work.
Yes, the GT drivers, they're still rocking and rolling in their stints as, oh, goodness gracious me, the Course Sim Racing Road Warrior car of Mike Palix just had an extra... It was fine for him because he didn't move, and that was a very good thing. He was surrounded by some very voracious and heavily racing for position, as the Pure Racing team and 7-3 Motorsport are fighting for position. They entered the final chicane.
2 cars off there. We need to come back to this one in a moment, but we've got 2 cars who have just crashed. This is down in towards turn number 1.
Manor MP. Oh, there's 3 involved, actually, Will.
Yeah, let's try and get ourselves a replay of this one. Talk us through it, Cam.
All right, so from everything that I can see right now, it did look like the Pure Racing team, which I was just talking about later on. They entered turn number 1, though. They went onto the inside of what looks like the 49 Motorsports car, completely overshot the acceleration. I have to put that one on the HBD car as it just rear-ended that 49 Motorsports car as the 7-3 passed it. The Pure Racing team was stuck broadside in the middle of the track, and he tried to reverse off, but ended up collecting the Core Sim Racing car, which we were just talking about, and also the Manor MP Motorsport LMP car, which has completely lost his front nose cone.
Yeah, we're having a look there. This is number 49 Motorsports car. We're going to ride it on board of him. We're going to slow it down in towards turn number 1. Let's have a look then and see what happens. And, well, this is a perfect angle, Rachel. Well, this is why I say you don't overtake in Sector 1.
No, but at the same time, if I'd have been driving that prototype, I would have gone to the outside of the GT car, knowing he'd have to come to the apex of that corner to really have a chance of making it. But at the same time, if I'm that GT driver and I see a prototype going up my inside, I'm going to give him room, because they are going to chuck it up the inside and be much faster. And I'd say that's a racing deal that caused it. I wouldn't entirely blame the racing team, but at the same time, I can't exactly not blame 49 Motorsports. Everything that happened afterwards was just a product of the situation. They tried to get the car off the track, and no chance to cars coming in all the time. Bad timing, but I'd have gone to the outside. Inside there is very silly.
You know, and well, just how I'm kind of looking at this, actually, the prototype car really didn't even start his attempt at a pass until the BMW is already off the throttle and on the brakes. I'm not quite sure. I mean, he could make a very sudden move, but at the same time, I almost wonder if Amon Yaman didn't even see him. I mean, it was a ways back, and I'm not trying to completely admonish Yaman. I mean, you gotta watch where everyone is around you, including behind you, especially when you're a GT car, because I'm obviously much more familiar with being the lapped car rather than being the lappee. But I do have to say, though, out of all the cars that were involved in that incident, that 49 Motorsport car absolutely did get out of it the best. I don't even think it damaged the bumper any more than it already was.
First of all, we've got Lane Ranat on pit road. There you can see that car is toast. It was upside down. It was around. That's the PRT LMP number 35 car of Lane Ranat. That car is not coming back onto track at any point in the next half an hour at the very least. I'm going to agree with you, Cam. I'm going to agree with you, Cam. The reason why is because the fact that turn number 1 is not a slow corner. It's not a hairpin. It's a high-speed corner into turn number 1. So the deceleration between an LMP car compared to the deceleration for a GT car is wildly different.
Yes. It's a hard corner alone. I mean, in any car, it's uphill. It's a right-hander. There is no apex. There is, but there's no visual apex you can point at. As Audubon Motorsports is on pit road, and Billy Smith will hop into that monster-colored prototype, and off he will go. He will have handed that lead over to the Vortex Sim Racing HPD, which is already on the backstretch, but the Radicals Online car isn't that far behind that car at all. There's about a 10-second gap, but even looking at it now is actually the Vortex car had to go through a massive train of GT cars. 7, 8, 9, 10th, and 11th are all well within each other. There is actually the one-row SimSport GT is getting all sorts of gobbled up, and I believe might have just gotten clipped. Yes, he did. Justin Hoppen that just got clipped by the Pro Racing FR HPD, and absolutely gobbled up. That is just it's a terrible thing to see. That roof car getting damaged, and oh, you know what? I almost wonder if that one-row SimSport GT was trying to make it to the pits when a train of 4 or 5 LMP cars all were trying to get through, fighting for position. That's a bad day.
It is. We're going to get ourselves a replay of that one for you right now. The one-row SimSport GT number 1 car, Justin Hoppe behind the wheel of that one. Down into the chicane they come as they head themselves down towards the start of what they wanted to be another clean and successful lap. However, not always the case here at the Road to Atlanta, as we have found out already. Oh, that was a big moment there. 2 hours into this event, and that was a scary way to end our second hour here. We're going to get ourselves one more look from our aerial coverage as we round out hour number 2 of this, the iRacing.com Petit Le Mans. Super slow-mo replay then. There you can see how we rounded out hour number 2. It was as they came underneath the bridge, but that was a scary way of ending our second hour here on RaceSpotTV, on iRacingLive, on YouTube Gaming. This is the first ever official iRacing.com Petit Le Mans. The full race distance for the first time here on the world's greatest sim racing broadcaster. We have had 2 hours and 2 minutes of this race course complete right about now. Well, Vincent here with Rachel Wyford and Cameron Walsh. If you're wondering what is with the lack of iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series coverage, well, we can tell you the race is actually going on as we speak. Let's get ourselves a minute's worth of commentary with Johnny Simone and Daniel Benefield.
Me. You lied to me, James. Why would you do such a thing? Going back to what I was saying, Louise has who is it? Sturgios all over the back of him. He's in fact, Sturgios has dropped back a little bit now. That Coanda car doesn't seem to feel as nice, or doesn't look as nice as it did earlier on. It seems to be a little loose. Whenever Hugo uses that inside curve through the last corner, and Sturgios closed up just a little bit going through turn 1 then.
He did indeed, so we're waiting for Gregor Hutu to make that stop, and we know he will be a little bit longer this stint due to that pit stop time as we mentioned earlier. And at the moment, the Petit Le Mans going on across the scenes here at iRacing, and Will Vincent, it's been a great event over there, surely at Round Road Atlanta.
Indeed it is, as it is currently the Vortex Sim Racing team leading by 7.5 seconds over the Radicals Online organisation in your LMP division. Vortex Sim Racing have come through the field to take command of their position. In the GT category, it is Coanda Sim Sports leading already by almost a minute over Red Devolution Racing, as they, Coanda Sim Sports, continue to show they are mighty in GT racing.
There you go, the Petit Le Mans. Check that out on iRacingLive in collaboration with RaceSpotTV. Another very good event for the Road Warrior Series this season, and we've had many of them out throughout the year. The Pro Series as well, another event we'll see on November the 7th. Stay tuned for more information on that through social media streams. But for now, we'll step aside here.
Might have been.
So, welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen. You can see that the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series is going on. Logistically, this is always a nightmare, but we love doing it for you guys. We have got 2 world-class races going on at the same time. This is why we call ourselves the world's greatest sim racing broadcaster can, because no one else in sim racing can have 2 events of this caliber going on at the same time.
Well, I mean, they could. It just wouldn't look very great. Yeah. Well, that would imply that we're good, Will. Ha! Hey! Hey, all right, I'll be here. I'll be here for a little bit. I'm not going to be here all race. As the Grip TV Nation car of Mika Aishras, right on cue, pops in to the pit lane, just so we can talk about something else, that Ford GT, which at one point we saw come Watkins Glen. Just how Watkins Glen went. Almost everybody was running in the Ford GT. Now, much more variety. There's a couple McLarens, and of course the leader being that BMW car. So I believe, actually, right now, all right, Zoe, come here. You're done. And the collar's off. All right, you just take the collar off so she doesn't jingle. And then, So I think actually that Grip TV car is the front-running Ford GT, which is not surprising at all from what it used to be. Red Devolution, Devolution Racing is in with their McLaren, as well as the CTC Racing Black, Callie Rucola, who is the reigning Classics Team Championship champion, which is of course the Lotus 79 official racing series. He's out and away. So the GT cars are coming in anger, Will. They're going to be on new tires, and they're going to be hopping out. It all depends on where those HPDs are coming. It's going to get hectic real soon.
Yeah, and of course we need to pay attention to what your race leader in class is doing. That is Klaus Kivikas, 54.4 seconds. If you want to know how many laps these guys have been doing, then head over to our live timing page. It is RaceSpot.TV stroke timing. It is as simple as that. Now, Kivikas has done 46 laps a stint. That means we expect him on pit road, either this lap or next lap, on board with Kivikas, and he is on pit road, Rachel.
Yes, he is. Klaus Kivikas heading into that pit stop, get himself new tyres and racing fuel for his car, get themselves good service, cleaning visors, and off he'll go. He shouldn't have any damage on that car, so it shouldn't be a big problem for them. Kivikas heading into his pit box now. Of course, that GT car will take fuel first. Then the crew will be allowed to service the car, put 4 new racing tyres on that machine, and it'll be down off those jacks and away. We'll have to see how long the stop will be. We're expecting about 30 seconds, which tends to be the GT average. Big fuel tank in those cars, especially BMW, they've got a lot of time to fill it up. We do know, though, that the McLaren has a larger fuel cell.
Yep.
They can go slightly longer, but aren't as fast as the BMW.
Well, that's an interesting point as well. 5 minutes over the course of a 10-hour race. You multiply that, that's 15 minutes. That's almost one pit stop. A track like this, Cam, that's about a minute and a half. You want to run that risk. If you're a McLaren driver, you will fill your tank up. You can see Kivikas has already been on road for 43 seconds. Tyres have just dropped down. Long pit stops here today. These guys are filling it all the way up to the brim.
Absolutely, well, making sure that car is topped up and ready to roll. We expect to see Klaus pulling out of pit road now. As the jacks go down, away you'll go, burning out of the pit box. Heading towards the end of pit road now, past all those prototype pit stalls. And that very gold-paced car, which is apparently parked in the barrier. That's a bit negligent, but there you go. And he'll be out and away. Coming out, will he still be needed? He won't, but he should inherit it once the pit cycle completes.
Yep, so safety car today is basically from Sochi. He doesn't know what it's doing. He doesn't know what the track is, but hey-ho.
I believe that's fluid spilling from that car as well.
Indeed. So to give you an update, by the way, anyone who saw the horrifically crazy accident earlier on, driver is okay. We've got a car off the racetrack right now. We have a car off the racetrack. It's an LMP driver off of the racetrack. We're trying to figure out who it is, but can we get someone off?
Yeah, why is it always me? Mort Autosport with Mark D. Harris. He ended up coming up in that quick left-hander from the bottom of the S's. He just spun the car around, which is a very typical thing to do. A little, especially in these HPD cars, got a little bit of the overspeed, and he tried like 4 times to try and get that car and force it back on track, but he just had to wait his turn, which is very intelligent from Mark Harris. He's now pulled that prototype car back onto the track. Mort Autosport back under away. No damage done to that car.
When we come back in a moment's time, we're going to talk about what is a very interesting battle between Vortex Sim Racing and Radicals Online in your LMP division. This one is closer than we've given it credit for so far in today's event. But there you can see More Motorsport trying to find its way back out onto track. That car is beaten, it is broken, it is bruised, but it carries itself on.
Well, just update you on that one. Actually, Vortex and Radicals, when you say close, they're nose to tail in GT traffic now. We have a live, amazing action going on for the lead of your race overall. Radicals just getting trapped behind the CTC BMW there, but they've been literally nose to tail there between the top 2 positions.
Yeah, as you can see, the gap is now 1.1 seconds. We just showed you that track conditions here at Road Atlanta. Don't forget as well, especially through Sector 1, the opportunity to overtake will become more and more scary over the course of this event. We're going to take you RaceSpotTV side by side, but we're going to ride on board with Wyatt Gooden, who now is on board that Radicals Online car as we do so. And if you're watching us, instead of watching the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, you likely know that this guy is a world champion. The 5th time in 6 years. But here comes Gregor Hutu into Canada corner for the final time. Just 2 corners left to go before he finally makes himself a triumphant return back to victory lane. He has led 38 laps of this event here today, and Gregor Hutu once again is a winner. Gregor Hutu will work himself through the Cobra Parabolica. He will claim his 46th victory in iRacing.com World Championship competition. Gregor Hutu, for the 2nd race in a row, reigns supreme.
The one thing that I think is the most important is we've been racing this Ground Championship Series for quite some time now, a very long time even at that, and he is the only driver to have ever won a professional road race at Watkins Glen.
But there is nothing that could crack that finish #1 Team Redline driver. Gregor Hutu worked himself out the final corner, and just as he did in 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, in 2015, Hutu once again wins at Watkins Glen.
Hutu will come across the line and takes the win for round 7 here at Virginia International Raceway.
Here he comes now, just 3 corners left to go, into Brooklands for the final time, into Luffield for the final time. Never ever say that Gregor Hutu is beaten, because he just comes back bigger, he comes back stronger. He wins round number 9 of the World Championship Series, 49th win of his career. If you're the world's greatest sim racing driver, you can do it with your statements on the road courses. Do it when it matters. Out of the final corner for the final time, number 50 for Gregor Hutu, out of the final corner. At the top of the broadcast, we said if Hutu could win here today, he could well cement himself as the championship favourite. Gregor Hutu, the #1 machine, back to victory lane, win number 51. Hutu is inching closer rapidly to his 5th, and yes, I say that correctly, his 5th World Championship. Out of the bus stop chicane comes the #1 Team Redline driver. Gregor Hutu will win here at Circuit Spa Francorchamps. Yes, you may be behind a computer with a steering wheel and a set of pedals, but for these drivers, this is as close as they may ever get to racing in real life. It will be Gregor Hutu coming past the line. He is a 5-time world champion. Gregor Hutu wins the championship one more time. He is the greatest driver in the history of open wheel racing here at iRacing.com, and dare I say it, he is the greatest open wheel champion in the history of sim racing.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, this is not only one event, this is one of 2 events coming your way to the iRacing.com Road Warrior schedule in the next couple of weeks here on RaceSpotTV. In a week's time, this place, in a week, we head up a mountain and then we head right back down it again. It is the inaugural iRacing.com Bathurst 1000. It'll be live on YouTube Gaming, on RaceSpotTV, on iRacingLive. But now we're watching the iRacing.com Petit Le Mans, and we just saw it then. We're going to get ourselves a replay. We've had ourselves a change for the race lead. We're going to get ourselves another one potentially, because here it comes down to the inside. It's going to be Vortex Sim Racing. Not just yet. Radicals are back in front, Rachel.
Well, we said they were down, but they weren't out, so they are back leading that race. And, well, nearly had an incident in the hairpin with your 2 leading cars, but that was pretty darn impressive there from them. Easy move in the double Apex right-hander, and, well, Apex Vortex even, sorry, nearly had it back from them, but because of prototype traffic there, passing in Sector 1, very brave, but got a good lead now opening up as that's Vortex stuck behind that lap car of the, I believe that is the GTR Team Purple machine, so big group of GT cars ahead though now for Radicals. This could be a big bottleneck.
Indeed. We're having ourselves then a look on board with Wyatt Good and the bit that you would have missed as we came back from commercial. So this is on board then with Radicals online car as he goes to the race lead. And this is the thing, Rachel, we talked about this off air. This race will not be won by your lead driver. It'll be won or lost by your second driver or your third driver, the non-strong one. And this, let's be honest, of course, you've got yourself Anthony Rosselli. You've got the likes of Wyatt Gooden here for Radicals. I have to say, I've not often seen a pass in Sector 1 as dominant as that. Dennis Garis is currently behind the wheel of that Vortex Sim Racing car. He's a good driver. He's not one of the best drivers we've seen, however.
No, but at the same time...
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, the situation is, though, is that the third driver in a team will be a team who will win this motor race. Not the best driver. Because we all know what the raw speed the best driver has. It's the pressure of that third driver that will be the determining factor here today.
Absolutely. Chain is only ever as strong as its weakest link. And the slowest driver or the least experienced driver will be the weakest link for these teams. Of course, these big teams, their weak links are very damn strong. But at the same time, they are still comparatively inexperienced or not as fast. And we see it a lot. We've always seen it a lot all season, the Road Warrior Endurance Series. So we're used to having these weaker drivers being that hinge factor, in fact, in the title and in the race, as making a silly mistake, making a silly move, panicking, or just not being quick enough, and somebody else gobbling them up. But it's always been that, and you're very right. You know, it's a team strength. This is a team sport. Endurance racing is not about one driver, one car, but a group of people working together the most efficiently. The team is the most efficient that shares the most amongst itself. Even if some drivers are slower, if they all balance out and all bring something to that table, they will succeed. And that is the critical factor.
Let's give you an update on some of the people out of the race so far. And you've got yourself Norbert Lima and also Mark Pickford. They are out in your GT division. In your Le Mans prototype division, you have yourself Felipe Toto and Romain Marchal. They are out of the event. Jonathan Boutel is out for the time being. That is a big one here today. Number 94 car out of the race in the spirit of the Le Mans car here in the iRacing.com Petit Le Mans. Gabriel Martins is classified on the racetrack, but he has scored 7 laps behind his nearest competitor, 33 laps behind the overall leader, and 22 laps behind his class leader. Hugo Preto is also in a dire situation, as is Brian Van Dunn. Those two drivers looking as though they will not get themselves a top 5 here today. 3 Le Mans prototype drivers, Cam, are out of contention. You've got yourself this one, the number 9 machine. We saw him earlier on flipping upside down and around. It is the GTRS Team Purple car of Cedric Kolzrak is out for the time being. Substantial repairs have to be done to that race car.
Yes, that car is absolutely torn apart. You can actually see the engine exposed as Cedric Krolski there is sitting in the, it looks more like pink than purple to me, but I seem to have issues determining these two. If anyone from the Watkins Glen 6 Hours remember, wasn't able to tell what Mac Beckham's helmet color was, but no, that's, well, it's kind of pinkish purple, I suppose. But either way, Cedric is sitting in that car. Beautiful Honda engine, still looks good, but all the other parts around it, not so good.
Team Bushfink Racing, open bracket, 1, close bracket. James King is scored well down the field right now, but he's in your GT division. Mort Autosport, Rachel, they're getting a lot of airtime today, but all for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's one of the things that'll get you the most airtime. Being involved in incidents or silliness, so gotta make sure you don't get involved in those antics, but it's just one of those things that will be a factor, and you don't want to be caught up in that sort of stuff. It's we've had so many drivers and cars already lost that now this is what I said, it's about finishing the race, it's about being in contention, and too many cars at the moment, we seem to have hit twilight early at the Petit Le Mans, as everyone's losing their minds.
Yeah, to give you a full list of teams who are out then. So we've got Oriole Motorsport, CTC Racing Red, Team VSR, T Racing, Spirit of Le Mans, Shark Motorsports, a Batonny Racing Team, Pure Racing Team LMP, and Sim Racing Maniacs are all classified as out of the event. This is the last lap of the World Championship event. We're going to give you some audio commentaries right on board. Stick with us. Here's the call from Johnny Simone.
Practice to go for some of these drivers, and here we go. Mitchell de Jong, who will begin the final lap of the event. It's been a lights to flag finish for him, Daniel. A very clean and consistent race.
Yeah, I mean, a typical Mitchell de Jong race. We saw it at Sebring as well, when I think that was the last race I commentated, actually, was Sebring. But I mean, the same thing happened. He absolute flawless race, and once again here as he goes on to the final lap now.
He does indeed. So Mitchell de Jong rounding that first sector, the very difficult one, hasn't hit an anti-cut curb this race that has damaged the car, and that's because he leads the race. So I mean, clear and consistent. We saw in his qualifying lap as well, very pure, and he's pushing to the limit. Very strong race for him. I think this is the best race we've seen from Mitchell de Jong. And with this race win, he'll join Artsy Kirkov, Alexei Usiakala, 2 guys with 3 race wins on the all-time list. And don't forget, this is Mitchell's rookie season, his official rookie season with a World Championship license, as he closes in on a few lap cars here on turn 12, turn 13. His teammate Martin Kroenke behind has tried to give him pressure, but he's slowly fallen back down the order as the race has progressed. Martin Kroenke 13.5 seconds away from Mitchell here, but as Mitchell de Jong, with only a few more corners to go, will finish the season off with a win, carry momentum into the off-season, into 2016 for Coanda Simsport. Mitchell de Jong, 1 more corner to go, and here we go. Mitchell de Jong wins the final round at Circuit of the Americas near Austin, Texas. It's been an incredible race from Mitchell. Lights to flag, very easy for him, very clean, very calm, and a well-deserved result, as Martin Kroenke will now also cross the line in 2nd position. Delighted, I'd say, at least with a nice clean result to finish the season. Jeremy Boothloop more than ecstatic with his podium there in P3. Ollie Pakula just couldn't do.
So there we are, ladies and gentlemen. You can see from the final round of the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, it is a Coanda Simsport 1-2, as you have for yourself. And then the driver of Mitchell de Jong winning from teammate Martin Kroenke. And what a drive by Jeremy Boothloop. Radicals Online, podium finish in the final race of the championship. And here today, we've got ourselves Coanda leading in GT, Radicals leading in LMP. Rachel, this is one day that both Coanda and Radicals want to now double up on. It's double or nothing for these teams.
It is, and they have to try as hard as they can to make that point. They are one of the best teams out there. They need to prove they deserve it, and Well, they're actually trying pretty hard, but looking at some good racing right now. Other than them, I apologise for just detracting from the subject, but E7, 8, and 9 on the track. That is the Pros Racing, FI, HPD, Ashigo A, and Mana MP Motorsports. They are all in Sector 1 within about a second of each other, coming up on GT traffic. So we could be about to have a huge battle coming up.
We could indeed. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to get in contact with us on Twitter, use the hashtag iRacingLive. We'll read the best ones out over the course of this broadcast. As soon as the World Championship is finished up, we're going to head ourselves also to iRacingLive. So, if you're just joining us, if you just watched Mitchell de Jong winning the final round of the World Championship, hello and welcome to this, the iRacing.com Petit Le Mans. It's not the first round of the Road Warrior Series. We still, of course, so far this year had ourselves the 24 hours of Daytona. We've had ourselves the 12 hours of Sebring, the 6 hours of the Glen, and also the 24 hours of Spa. After this race, there's one more official round of the championship. That is the iRacing.com Bathurst 1000. And of course, when we head up to the mountain in a week's time, anything can happen. Just ask one of iRacing's favourite sons, Shane van Gisbergen, who of course, around this time last year, Cam, had one of the biggest heartbreaks I have ever seen at the mountain.
It won't start. It won't start.
That's all we need to say. I remember watching that, and that's the thing. We need to say as well, Cam. We are an iRacing family. When one of our own ends up in the big time, or comes from the big time and supports the iRacing.com service, we support them back. And for Shane Van G, last year, there were so many iRacers putting him on. And I remember that exact moment. And the collective heartbreak went to Shane. Of course, he won't be running in the iRacing version of the Bathurst 1000 due to other commitments. But let's hope he manages to make it work tonight as he starts his journey one more time around Mount Panorama.
Yes, let us hope. The whole race at Bathurst 1000, ever since those really annoying and disingenuous GT3 cars showed up and absolutely smashed the lap records. These V8 cars have been absolutely storming these supercars. They have been going faster and faster, and I actually think this season they've broken in qualifying the GT3's pace. So it's just it's starting to turn into a rather dangerous game of chicken, of who can go faster around this mountain. Of course, that's always been the game with Bathurst, the lap of the gods, as it's known, the fastest lap at Bathurst. So every year it gets faster. We will have to see exactly what they want to do. But yes, already Bathurst having rather significantly injured 2 drivers, and I say significantly, not like it used to be, where someone was significantly hurt and their career was done, but more like injured as in, I believe one driver has a busted leg and the other one a busted a wrist, and the other driver, the V8, or not the V8 drivers, the Aussie racing car, which if you're not familiar with is sort of like a smaller tube frame chassis, kind of like the cross between a sprint car and a Legends car. He managed to get himself just a punctured lung, which sounds bad, but in a medical standpoint, as an EMT, it's definitely recoverable. Yeah. So we've been lucky a couple of times, but you have to wonder. I mean, just how much faster do you really want to go? But either way, we hope all of our competitors that are at the Bathurst are going to be safe today, and all around the world, really. Motorsports, of course, more races are going on than any other sporting event at any time. So we hope that all of our drivers are staying safe out there. But boy, a couple of bullets dodged there.
Yeah, and I will say one thing. If anyone's ever wanting to tell anyone about how a motorsports car works in terms of impact, look at the crash from yesterday, because that car, it looks like one of the most horrific crashes you'll ever see, but the fact that car disintegrated was the exact thing it needed to do. So
well,
it is meant to shed its bodywork. The actual frame, the roll cage, the safety cell remained 100% intact.
Until it caught on fire, but that's a different story. Yeah, that whole car, it's a molded body. It's similar to like a Formula Ford or a Formula 5000.
Supercars.
Yeah, well, it's those are a little different though. I think simply because of how they actually mount those bodies on to deal with the speeds. But with these cars, it's almost I'd almost relate it to a drag car, like a funny car. It's a shell that's put onto that body, and as we see in drag racing incidents, the body just kind of flies off. That's exactly what happened, and the whole retaining cell for that driver maintained its rigidity, but without really damaging his body too much. Other than that punctured lung, and of course we're talking about the accident today. Of course, yesterday's incident was, I'd have to say, legions more worse. But that was involving striking things, as there seems to be a reoccurring theme this year and the last, striking things that are outside the track boundaries that no car is really supposed to hit. So it's one of those things, of course.
Bush though last year, just because you think you can't hit something doesn't mean
you're going to hit it. I mean,
it's only a matter of time.
It's happened across all of motorsport.
Is that a Kurt Busch comment, or is that a...
No, it was a Kyle Busch. Yeah. Sorry, it was Kyle, not Kurt.
Kyle, Kyle.
It's some sort of statement about Kurt.
No. It's a serious point here, because, of course, we had ourselves, it was in the nationwide race, whatever they call it these days, Xfinity. But it was the sort of thing that, yes, someone hit something, and until people realise that you can hit something, people always think, well, no one's ever going to hit it. You can hit anything, any part of the racetrack. There's always a freak moment, Cam.
Yeah, I'd have to say the last 3 years there have been some very significant warning signs. I'd almost go to 4, back to Franchitti's incident with the chain link fence. That was at Houston. I mean, it's the writing's on the wall. There are some very particular... I'd even go further than that and say Alan Simonson's wreck at Le Mans.
Oh, yeah, that was huge.
There was I mean, how could that even happen? A tree was just placed, and for those that are unfamiliar, which is fine if you're not...
Let's go a year before that and look at the Audi. I mean, that was very close to being catastrophic.
Oh, absolutely, especially with the spectator standing right there, which was McNish's wreck, and of course, we're starting to go back in time to where a lot of our viewers aren't going to be familiar with these wrecks, but Alan Simonson unfortunately lost his life in a perfectly well-constructed Aston Martin, not designed to hit a fence or an Armco barrier that was backed up by a tree. And so, I mean, it's just, you can't keep designing these cars. They can be perfectly designed to handle Armco.
Dennis Grease just gone back to the race lead. We've just seen it, so we don't need to shout about it. But Dennis Grease has just gone back to the race lead.
No, it's well, that chicane, I have a feeling they're going to be trading back and forth. Wyatt Gooden is not one to want to race from second. He will definitely want to be up ahead. He might actually pick it on the inside of the CTC car. No, he won't. Which is a very smart decision. We saw earlier on that did not work for the Pure Racing team, but Wyatt Gooden, he's more clever than that, rides the gap there, and you actually have some pretty clear track ahead. So while they funnel through this section here, just to wrap up real quick, you can't just keep designing these cars to go through everything. So you want these tracks to be the safest. So you have Alan Simonson's incident where a tree of all things was really what didn't allow the Armco to absorb the impact and deflect the car. It just kind of took it all into one brunt. And now you've got, of course, Franchitti's incident, which the chain link fence ripped up the car and put those forces through his body where his back was to where he had to retire. And then we've had... of course, the incident with Kyle Busch with the concrete barrier, Jules Bianchi with hitting a tractor that was brought onto the course to bring out another vehicle. It starts going where it's getting to the point now where it's not just these cars. These cars, I think, are fairly safe. Yeah. It's getting to the point. Wyatt Gooden just had an incident, just had something going on. He completely, I don't want to say stalled it, but he absolutely had to slow it well down through that front stretch. I almost wonder if he clipped the inside of a corner, and the marshals was asking if he could give that time back. Yes, I think he took the chicane a little too soon, so that all that he had managed to catch up on that Vortex, he just had to give back, but it will be given back very quickly. That Vortex Sim Racing car getting behind the Team Bushfink racing car, the Ford, and that Radicals car will be able to catch up. Wyatt Gooden, even after making a mistake, is right back where he started.
Yeah, let's have a look then. This is White Gooden through the chicane. On the exit of the chicane, you can see here that he will slow down in a moment's time. And this is the thing about this racetrack. I talked about it already. 6 seconds, 7, 8, 9, 10 seconds is not the end of the world. What you need to do is put every single lap into perspective. It's very easy. We've seen Radicals drivers do this before. To get into their head, if they have a bad lap, they start getting, oh, you can see Gooden going all the way wide there around a roof. But Gooden is pushing right now. He's 2.1 seconds behind Dries. But, Rachel, it seems to be that the Radicals car is better at the start of the run. The Vortex Sim Racing car is better at the end of a run.
It does seem that way. Perhaps the Radicals car's not set up quite as well. It's heating its tyres a bit more, which should definitely be a major factor. But right now, the Vortex car is lasting better through the run. They're not managing to save quite as much fuel. We've seen them pit in before Radicals twice. So whilst they're managing those tyres, they're not really running that fuel any longer. So this is it could be a matter of how hard Radicals can charge in the short term and pull a pit stop gap over Vortex.
And with the tyre situation, the fuel situation, I've talked about this already. You might think 5 minutes doesn't mean a lot, Rachel. 5 minutes at this track in these conditions. A pit stop window is 50 to 55 minutes. That means we can say 5 minutes every single hour. What you're doing is you're giving yourself a free pit stop come race's end.
Yeah, for sure, and that's going to be everything towards the end of this race. We've seen the strategy decide last season's Gathering of Tweakers endurance race here at Road Atlanta, so it's a major thing. You know, 2 stopping or 3 stopping, that could be the decision of the race. But obviously for this it's not 2 or 3 stops, it's more like 10, 11, or 10 or 11. Yeah, 10 or 11 stops, and that's going to be the big thing for these guys. If you go too far too slow, or too fast too soon, it's everything.
It's realistically going to be between 9 stops for the longest serving GT drivers. And I'm having a look here at one of them. It is the McLaren of Phoenix Moonshine Patrick Bashard behind the wheel of that machine. You know, these guys might be able to get away with 9 stops. Most drivers will do 10. Some drivers, especially the Le Mans prototype drivers, will have to do 11. That's 11 times onto a very difficult pit road cam. This isn't as easy as it would be at a certain racetrack. This entry is hard. The exit, arguably, even harder.
Yes, and it's not. They're difficult in their own right. On a perfect speed entry, speed exit, it's very difficult. Yes. Where the difficulty comes in is we've got about 30 some odd cars circulating right now, all different speeds, all different paces, all different tire temperatures, all sorts of damage. It becomes, as we saw with the one-row SimSport roof car, he was just trying to pit, and he clipped, 2 HBDs, tried to go on the inside of that final sector, which in a vacuum sure would be fine, but he was just trying to get over to the pits. I mean, what if he ran out of fuel on the way back? That would have been awful. And so it starts becoming this whole communication thing. And this track, we're only running here, they're minute 14-second laps for the HPDs, minute 20s for these GT cars. The traffic is so well densely populated that, well, first of all, it's why we love it. But second, it just turns the pit lane into a real, I don't want to say roulette, but a real difficult entry and exit where, depending on where the cars are at, you could really find yourself in some trouble.
You can gain 2 seconds if you're an LMP driver coming onto pit road by yourself compared to being an LMP driver coming up behind a GT driver coming in towards pit road. The good thing is, Rachel, for the majority of this event, we're not going to have that situation because of the difference in the fuel windows. The last hour of this race, though, that is when things is going to get very, very interesting.
Yes, it will. And, of course, that last hour will be the critical time when these teams are all trying to do everything they can to find that little bit of extra advantage, really the pushing time. But it's the most potential incidents, the most aggressive overtaking as drivers try to make up time on the track. So how they get to that final stint is going to be the major contingent factor. So things like how many pit stops you've done, what age your tyres are by that point. Are you going to double stint in the middle to take fresh tyres later on?
Yeah.
Which is completely legitimate strategy-wise. But if we look at this track now, look how dark the racing line is. There is a huge amount of rubber on this track. We're approaching 3 hours into this race. I mean, I'd say, judging the conditions of the track before we started was, I'd say, about 30 to 40% rubber. So we'd had a couple of support races here. The track was fairly rubbered in already. 3 hours in, I'd say we're pretty much done. The track is rubbered in. There are a lot of marbles offline now. This track is going to get to the point now where I mentioned earlier, where it stops being quite as grippy, and that rubber becomes a very hot, slippery line. And of course, the heat now in the track after 3 hours means that we'll start really aggressively wearing the tyres, so I think we'll start seeing pit stop cycles getting shorter for a bit here.
I agree. And you can see that black line. We're having a look from our aerial coverage. This is the thing from here on in. It makes, not only with the black line cam, we're looking at the marbles. The marbles, of course, get pushed out towards the edge of the racetrack. It will make overtaking more difficult, and it makes especially that prototype versus GT battle more complicated at certain stages of the racetrack. These cars also will change because of the track being rubbered in, so the intelligent teams will actually have come up with a way of scheduling their pit stops and figuring out what they can do during their pit stops to help keep the balance of their race car as smooth as they possibly can.
Well, Cam's not here, I don't think, but I think I mentioned this one myself earlier on, that of course you build your race car for the end of the race. Will design it around how you expect the track to be. You'll test and you'll do simulations to find out what you think the conditions will be like. A high rubber use track, a lot of hot heat in the temperature in the surface. You're going to build a car that's relatively loose, that's quite oversteery, good movement around, and you'll dial that back in to a stiffer, greener track condition to start the race, and you'll take it out with tyre pressure, you'll take it out with wing, you'll take it out with roll bars, etc. Whatever you can adjust in the pit stop for your specific class of car, you'll have built in these adjustable. Yeah, I mean, you'll have built in adjustment to the crew chiefs to basically come along during the race and say, okay, how's the car feeling? It's pretty tight. Okay, let's take some wing out. Let's do this. And you'll bring that car back to that end race mode, at which point you'll be in a good condition. So you don't react to the track, you predict it, and you try and build a car, suit it later on rather than now. Also, I believe we got Radicals hitting pit road from P2.
Indeed, we have. There you can see on the left-hand side of your screen your top 7 drivers in Prototype, your top 10 drivers in your, that's what I'm looking for, GT division. Radicals are on pit road then. Let's see what they're going to do. White Gooden has been in, White Gooden has been out, White Gooden has made a pit stop, and he is back out on the way again. That means Rachel Dennis Grease leads this motor race once again by quite a substantial margin.
He does, but he will have to come in as well. We know they can go a bit longer, but just not quite holding that speed the Radicals have later on, so we'll see what the other drivers in those teams do.
Yep, as the gap currently between P1 and P2 is 20 seconds, but of course we've got ourselves a pit stop that needs to take place for the Vortex Sim Racing team, and we know how close the gap is between Vortex Sim Racing and Radicals Online over the course of this event. We're going to get a word in a couple of moments' time from Johnny Simone, who's been leading our coverage here of the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. 7 hours, 15 minutes remaining on the clock. We're going to go on board, though, for just one moment with the driver of Dennis Curie's Vortex Sim Racing HBD. Of course, they won the 24 hours of Spa, Rachel. I always mention the word motivation. Motivation is a big thing here, but also we need to remember that, just like in college football, keeping that momentum going is critically important, as Vortex Sim Racing will do another lap.
It will indeed. Yeah, momentum is a huge thing, and there's team morale. You've got to have a team that's motivated, that feels strong. You can have the best car in the field, you can have the best drivers in the field, but if you don't feel like you can actually go and do it on the day, you're never going to be able to achieve that goal. And that is absolutely everything. Going out there, feeling like you can do it, telling yourself and your team, we are strong enough to do this. We have what it takes, and they can all do it, but it's all a matter of, in the end, what you can bring to that fight.
Yeah.
You've got to say, I'm going to win this. I am going to win this race.
Is it interesting?
And you know what you do.
Interesting point, though, at the same time. is that I remember a BBC interview from the other day, and of course we all know the Ayrton Senna thing. If you no longer go for a gap, and we all remember if you're not first, you're last, that sort of stuff. But I had a very interesting comment with the BBC the other day about the fact that, you know, it's not about winning that matters. It's about always trying to improve on what you can do. That's important. And I think that's what you need to do in endurance racing.
It is. As a driver myself, I set myself personal goals every single race, and it depends on who's on the track. Of course, every race I go out there, I want to win. But I had a race recently at Darlington Motor Speedway, which is an oval circuit in the States. It's a very tricky racetrack. Very dangerous, very difficult. And I told myself, I'm going to be patient. I want to get through this without getting any damage, without any incidents. I want to make sure my equipment is in one piece at the end. The last 20 laps, then I'll see what happens. And I made sure I kept the truck in one piece. I looked after the vehicle. I made sure we stayed out of harm's way. We made smart decisions. I thought if it stays green flag running, then by saving my tyres, I will be faster later. But dropping back and saving tyres, if it was a wreck fest, I wouldn't get involved. But I told myself my goal was to get to that point where I could go for the last 20 laps, push hard. And I wanted to see just how well I could do without realistically trying to just get up there and battle. But I want to get a top 5 today. I'm going to try and achieve that. And in the end, through a bit of strategy, tyre choice, and pit sequence, I ended up in a position to win that race, and I did because I'd looked after the vehicle, because I'd made sure it stayed in one piece, because I'd found a strategy that let me win-win.
Yeah.
Now, I either didn't get involved in the wrecks because I was back from people, or my tyres lasted longer because I wasn't pushing as hard. The way I was going to win, or I was going to do well because I should have better equipment. I put the car in a position to succeed. And you can go out there mentally saying, I'm going to win this race, I'm going to be the fastest driver out there, but just like in endurance racing, you have to put yourself in that position. You've got to have the right backing, you know, in terms of the mental preparation that you want to win, but at the same time, you've got to have strategy in place for your car to allow you to go and do that. You've got to have thought about it, you've got to have planned for everything. Changes throughout the change of the track, driver lineup, you know, who's doing what when, being able to react to another team doing something expected. And that's the big thing, reacting to the other team, and at the same time having something that falls back and taking away the risk. Racing is all about mitigating risk. If you mitigate every single risk, you win the race. Everything that's there that's potential to go wrong, if you haven't done something for it, it will.
We're going to try, I'm going to say try, and do something incredible here. So bear with us just one moment here on RaceSpotTV. We're going to do a collaborative project, as we do every time.
I'm not honestly sure who.
We've got a World Championship on at the same time as the Road Warrior Series. And of course, the final race of the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series for this year is now officially in the books. Hutu is a 5-time iRacing.com World Champion. But here's an interesting point. Karanda scored a 1-2 in the final race of the season. Hutu qualified 13th, didn't get a podium. Radicals got a podium with Jeremy Bouteloup. Next season is going to be entertaining. New car, more tracks, new team structure, and of course, the top teams will spread themselves more thinly because they're going to try and do endurance racing as well as Grand Prix racing as well. Something to bear in mind over the course of the next couple of months. But their season is in the books. We are going to step aside, take your RaceSpotTV side by side for just one moment, and we'll be right back. Don't forget, you just saw that Wyatt Gooden is now back ahead of Dennis Garis. We saw this one as Rachel was talking. Gooden, 5-second advantage right now over Vortex Sim Racing. We'll be back in just 1 minute time. So welcome back to those of you watching on the iRacing.com Petit Le Mans. Also, here on the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, Gregor Huttu. We came into this season thinking maybe he may be challenged. He was challenged by Alexei Usiakola at the start of the season, winning the first 2 rounds of the championship. Then he was challenged by Commander SimSport with the fact that Mitchell de Jong wanted to go and add his name to the winners list. And we thought, is this going to be the year that Gregor Huttu actually loses his championship for the first time since 2011? Then the middle part of the season came along. Huttu just does what Huttu does better than anyone else. Win after win after win after win after win. Even when he wasn't winning. Go back to Suzuka. When he qualified so far down the field, he found a way to get into P4. Yes, he may have had that, you know, team orders, not team orders, whatever happened of himself and Oli Picala, but he still got himself into P4 in the first place. And from P13, that is what makes you a world champion, Johnny.
It certainly does, and well deserved, as you mentioned. Gregor Huttu is one of the world's best sim racers, and that's quite obvious. There's no doubt about it. We always say it day in and day out. It's been an incredible season, and I mean, the talent level we've had in 2015, in my opinion, has been the best. We've had Mitchell de Jong coming in, who's leaving us at the moment. Another driver, a rookie, who's coming in, giving us that talent that we needed. Alexei Usiakola with those 2 race wins towards the start of the season. We look at other guys, Oli Pacula, Hugo Luis, our other champion. There's so many names I'm going to not forget, just there's so many names I can mention. We'll be here all day. I think 2016, considering this series gets better and better each year, 2016 with that new car will be one of the best seasons we will ever see in the series, knowing it'll be unpredictable. It'll be similar to the 2012 Formula 1 season. We won't know what's going to happen towards the entry of that series.
I think one thing that's very worth mentioning is that new car. A new car means new circumstances. Now, the only time that Gregor Huttu hasn't won a world championship is when they changed cars. That was back in 2011. Back in 2010, they ran the Dallara IRA5. 2011, they brought along the Williams. So, if you are Commander SimSport, put all your eggs into one basket, because this is your best chance ever to dethrone the Finnish hero known as Huttu.
It certainly is, and I think finally we'll have to wrap things up here. It's been an incredible season, Will, as we mentioned, incredible event throughout the year. You know, drivers from Alexei Usiakola initially taking those 2 race wins to Mitchell de Jong claiming 3 race wins in his official rookie season. Well, we mustn't forget 2nd place finisher Martin Kroenke, who took the fight to Gregor Huttu until Interlagos, where he lost out in the end. And Gregor, I mean, what to say? We've wrapped it all up perfectly just then. One of the world's best sim racers, year in and year out. We expect him to decline as he gets older. That's not going to happen. He's always going to be up there fighting for wins, fighting for championships. It's been incredible, and surely will at the moment. I mean, there's so many people to thank. You know, we got our sponsors and One Design as well with their big announcement that I'm sure you know more about over the next few months.
Indeed so, yes. And One Design, the official graphics partner of RaceSpotTV. We have had some amazing times around One Design. Andy Warner, we've got some new stuff coming your way as well in the next couple of months. We take sim racing broadcasting to the next level. There is no better graphics partner in the world that we can work with. So Andy, thank you so much for all that you do for us. And yeah, I'm not gonna tell you what the announcement is. He knows what it is. He'll let us know in his own time.
He certainly will. So finally, all the thank yous to do right now as Will Vincent prepares his Petit Le Mans broadcast over there for you all. It's going to be a wonderful event. Stay tuned for those tuning into the World Championship to watch that on iRacingLive. But the thank yous, well, first of all, I'll start off with PSR-TV, who helped us for round 3 and 7 at Sebring and Virginia International Raceway. A big thank you to Chuck and Ian, who did a remarkable job filling in for those rounds, and I joined them in the commentary booth. The whole crew at RaceSpotTV, it's been another extraordinary year. We still have a couple months left of great broadcasting, and I'm sure you'll allude to more of what we have later on, Will. All commentators and broadcasters that have helped, you will, Rachel Whiteford as well, Daniel Benefield, who commentated for round 3 and today, and who helped me out for round 7, and Dan Blake for round 11. Mustn't forget Mr. Cam Walsh, who has stepped in and helped us both in the commentary booth and behind the scenes from time to time. Hugo Luis as well, our co-owner here at RaceSpotTV, for all his help throughout the year, and he's been contributing heavily to the success of RaceSpot, and trying to get him and his sexy car out there for us all to see week in and week out. And what about Raphael, helping us stream a few races this year, helping us consistently, as always, behind the scenes. Thank you once again to you. The iRacing stewards, as always, Shannon Whitmore, who, despite my criticism of the fact that a one-lap penalty and a race suspension are no different, you can easily criticize stewards. And in the end, he's done an incredible job for him and the team over there all year. We mustn't forget, it's easy to criticize, the public's feasibility of criticizing stewards and referees in general. It's so easy, but their job has been performed at a great standard. Thank you to iRacing as well, and the World Championship Grand Prix Series. Most of all, a big thank you to all you fans who have watched throughout the year. It's been incredible to watch viewing numbers skyrocket every single round, and we hope that we reach 250,000 next year. That's my goal, at least personally, to see. And all drivers and teams, in one of the strongest grids out there for the year. The 6th year of the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series concludes here, and what a World Championship it has been, with Gregor Hutu wrapping up his 5th title, the strongest grid, as I mentioned, that we've seen throughout the history of the championship, that will only get stronger in 2016. A new car, the McLaren. How will that fare for some of the drivers trying to learn and get to grips with the iRacing simulator? Alexei Usiakla, who took the first 2 wins of the season. I put my money on him, which I've lost at the moment, to win the championship. So we'll see how he works on his consistency over the off-season. Plenty of other drivers, our other race winners, Mitchell de Jong, Martin Kroenke as well. But in the end, it was one Gregor Hutu who wins the championship and closes out the 2015 season with pride.
Well, there you are, ladies and gentlemen. That is the end. And then you can see on our replay what happened just a moment ago to the Radicals Online team there of Wyatt Gooden out of the race. Not quite, but he's on pit road. This is a very long pit stop. We're going to get ourselves another replay as to what happened there to Wyatt Gooden. But Radicals Online have always had incredibly bad luck, and they're having it once again. Replay up on your screen one more time. Rachel, yes, go.
Yeah, we got an update from the Radicals. 8 minutes of repairs on that car after they had that incident with the 26 car, and that was the drivers of the Pro Racing France HPD, the driver of Flavien Fuchs. He actually lost his car on his own, trying to stay ahead of the leader, and went round, obviously, as you see in the replay. But yeah, I've been told serious damage for the Radicals. It showed their hood still on, but apparently that was not quite the case. They've definitely got severe damage. The car is probably not going to win.
Well, yeah, 8 minutes of repairs. Well, we talk about being able to go down 1 lap at the start of this broadcast. 1 lap, that's okay. It'll be at least 6 laps that you go down, Cam, if you are the Radicals team. And we've just been applauding the greatness of Radicals Online this year. And I was going to say something a moment ago about how Radicals Online have somehow, in the World Championship, kept it going despite new teams, new drama, new adversity. They've been able to still be one of the leading teams in that mid-pack. Booth Loop scoring a podium in the final round of the World Championship. Exemplary. But it seems to be luck is never on their side.
Well, they always seem to be hard luck, yes, but I have to say they are always there. I only really know them as a prototype team. Of course, they are very, very popular in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, but I know them as a prototype team. And they came away with a win, I believe, at Watkins Glen, if my memory serves correct. They were looking fairly strong here, but just that single incident there has managed to do significant damage. These suspensions obviously not built to really sustain the rear ending of a car like that, especially going down a hill like that. But ultimately, though, they're going to have to get that car repaired and out and see where they can go from there. They are obviously going to fall well through the ranks, and I can't imagine trying to drive that car with any damage like that just to do the optional repairs one at a time, or lap by lap, or pit stop by pit stop. So they just get it all done, get it back on track, and see where you are. And I have to say, get your popcorn ready, as things have just gotten interesting.
As JR would say, business has just picked up. The one-row Sinsport GT1 car, we just circled there. Last ball has got some damage to the right front of his number 7 machine. So, drivers are already a little bit damaged. Attrition will be a big factor here. Once again, though, it is still the team of Radicals Online trying to find themselves a bit of luck and failing. Like what we saw at Spa, Vortex Sim Racing are there to pick up the pieces, and they now have a 39.5 second lead over the 7-3 Motorsports team.
And yes, Will, I must clear the popcorn in my mouth, as I'm actually eating popcorn, so I made the comment. You didn't pick up on it. The 7-3 Motorsports car is under very tight pressure from that Autobahn Motorsports car. Of course, both of these cars just realizing that, well, they weren't fighting. They were fighting for the last rung on the podium step. Now they're fighting as that 7-3 Motorsports car goes off track a little bit. He will have to rejoin. He'll lose all momentum through the long straight, so that Autobahn Motorsports is going to try and take up to that. Yes, I see that now. But these two cars now fighting for the second position.
Indeed they are. As you can see there, having a look back, there you can see P number 2 and P number 3. They're separated by 1 second. 3 hours into this event. 3 hours are officially in the books. Well, there we are then, 3 hours in the books already, and you can always think about endurance racing, you know, where does the time go? Some of these people are going to be thinking just that. Others are thinking, I wish I have another hour. The Radicals Online team, they are wishing they have another hour, maybe another 2 hours to try and close this gap back. They are all the way down the field as it stands. Their chances of getting themselves a W, for the time being at the very least, are done. They are on pit road, they are slow, they are struggling, they've had a pit stop time already in excess of 4 minutes, and that was caused by the incident just 10 minutes ago that forced them onto pit road due to some damage to the front end of their race car. There is a look at that Radicals Online car. You looks as though it might be okay, but the issue is on the front part of that car. Suspension damage means that the car just won't turn. Right about there, that's the area that we're looking at. It looks as though the front bodywork's okay, but you can replace that in seconds. It's the pieces inside that are the issue, and it means that Wyatt Gunn is out of the car. Pedro Morias is behind the wheel, but he is going nowhere fast. 4 minutes already is his pit stop time. We know it will likely be another 5 minutes before they get themselves back out onto the racetrack. Pekka Lamy is on pit road right now in the number 15 core sim racing car. We know that actually they're going to do a driver change. Mike Puch now behind the wheel of that machine, so they'll be back out in a moment's time. But they are embroiled in a very interesting battle for P3, 4 and 5 in your GT class. Who's leading the GT class? Potentially the stupidest question of the day. Of course, that is one Coanda Simsport. Klaus Kivikas on his second stint of the day behind the wheel of that number 118 car. Klaus, of course, is a World Championship driver previously. He's looking to become a driver in the endurance side of things. He's doing a sterling job. He did a sterling job at Spa, at Daytona, at Sebring, and at Watkins. He's doing it once again. And Sebring, well, was probably their best race of the season. But right now, they're getting close to being 1 lap ahead of the field, with just 3 hours scored complete. That, if they can keep their car clean, is absolutely exceptional. Will Vincent, Cam Walsh, Rachel Whiteford here on RaceSpotTV. We're going to get Johnny Simone up here in literally 10 seconds time. He's going to have a word of us about the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. Now, Johnny, We heard the call to the final lap. We heard the end of the broadcast. But talk us through the highs and the lows of the final round of the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series for 2015.
It was an incredible series, an incredible season. The final round, a very bland race in the end, but Mitchell de Jong, pole position by half a second, lights the flag, an easy win ahead of his co-anda SimSport teammate Martin Kroenke, who comes home in second in the championship, a bridesmaid once again for him. Bootloop though for Radicals claimed a podium in third position ahead of Olli Pakala. A very sick Olli Pakala, did not sound well after the race with a flu, who finished in fourth. Finally, Mac Backham in the top 5, and more importantly, Mac Backham will have to take part in that Pro Series, which starts on November the 7th, don't forget. So Backham now, his off-season's not going to be spared. He's going to have to practice week in and week out to claim his World Championship license later on in the season. For our champion, Gregor Hutu made his way up through the order and grabbed a top 10 finish as well. Basically, no real other big news from the race. Very straightforward event for the final round of 2015.
But the one thing that I'm surprised about, even though he got a top 5, Matt Backham will be racing in the iRacing.com Pro Series of Road Racing, which he has basically busted his rear end for the last, what, I don't know, 3-4 months in order to be able to do that, to try and get away from running the Pro Series. Now, he is going to be one of the favourites for winning the championship. We know that one already. But Matt Backham, he didn't want the additional pressure here. That is going to be hugely disappointing. I'm actually just having a look at the stats as well to see how far away he was when all was said and done, Johnny. And you have a look all the way down in P number 25, Dion Verges, 144 points. Well, if you are Matt Backham, 140 points. 4 points away. And it all comes back down to that stupid move he made at Suzuka.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we discussed on the broadcast with me and Daniel Benefield, was the fact that Mac Backham, that incident at Suzuka came back to haunt him. And we remember that race, Will. He was so poised, passing drivers every corner at that racetrack. Then he made one mistake, creeped in a little bit on Hugo towards that final casino chicane, and eventually ended his race. And not only did he end his race at Suzuka and cost himself points, he had the one suspended race penalty for Interlagos, so he would have easily had a top 25 despite that, if he didn't make that one mistake.
Indeed so. Radicals online though, Jeremy Bootslip getting himself a third place, Johnny. A good way to cap off their season. Of course, they're struggling now. Pedro Morias in the car from the number 1 Radicals online car after they were involved in the battle out front, getting an incident with a lap down car. Radicals Online don't seem to have the luck in endurance racing, but Jeremy Bootslip shows why they are arguably the 4th best team in the World Championship, if not the 3rd in many cases.
Yeah, and collaborating with Apex Racing UK, you've got some strong drivers in that team as well throughout the season. They've done some great job with their setup work, and surely for next year, in my opinion, I'd give my vote out for the most improved driver to Jeremy Bootloop. I mean, 24th in the standings for 2014, and then coming into this season as well, I mean, now he's finished in the, I've clicked away from the page, he's finished in the top 10 for the championship, so 8th position. In the end, a very good job from Jeremy Bootloop, who next year has the potential to win the championship if he can increase his pace by a couple more tenths.
Indeed. Just to let you know, by the way, Rens Brokerman has come on towards pit road. Sorry, I'll take that back. Let's start again. Klaus Kivikas is coming towards pit road. He's changed. He's gotten out of the car. Rens Brokerman's behind the wheel of that one now. So Brokerman is behind the wheel of that number 118 machine. Kivikas taking a well-deserved break. We've got people on pit road as we speak. Dexter Castro, number 49 Motorsports car. He's on pit road, out and away in, actually he's still on pit road, to give him a moment. 53.36 seconds. We've got Kevin Brinkley for the Elixir Racing Team car. 55.8 second pit stop for him, Cam.
Yes, I was just looking at the TNT Racing car. We were looking at the Coanda car, and I was looking at this poor little McLaren just going, he was reversing down the pits, and then he would stop, and he would go forward, and then he would stop, and then he would reverse down the pits, and then okay. Anyway, Scott McIntyre now in possession of that heavily damaged McLaren. They have been trying to work on that thing all day long there in that TNT Racing, minus 44 laps. But who isn't minus 44 laps is Dennet Garis, who is still, even though he has got a 40-second pocket, he is still trying to push his way through this field as a leader should. You get too comfortable, you're going to get caught out by a car. You're going to surprise a GT car that was expecting you to be more aggressive. So, yeah, Rens Broekman, though, now for the first time, as it was Marcus Lenderman, of course, in the start. Klaus Kivikas in the second and third stints, and now Rens Broekman will now be taking that orange helmet of his, matching the Coanda accents, and he'll be taking the BMW for a very quiet spin around Road Atlanta. No traffic at all, clearly, not at all.
49 Motorsports B team, Nicholas Bailey on board of him then as he works himself. And again, Rachel, we've talked about that black line. Now, it's worth noting that the Le Mans prototype drivers and the GT drivers take different lines with some of these corners. So what seems to be the racing line for one isn't always the racing line for the other.
Absolutely, and even if that, we could still say the 3 GT3 cars take different lines around these corners. BMWs perhaps not as quite as good in corner entry. The roof's a bit better. It's one of those balancing acts where you have two very different styles, 4 very different styles. In fact, here we've got the 4 GT, we've got the roof McLaren and the BMWs. So right now, a lot of different handling properties on the table, including the prototype, which means that yeah, you've got different areas rubbering up. So you've got a wider groove opening, which is potentially kind of keeping a lot of the marbles off, especially with the pattern getting offline. Be helping keep marbles away to an extent, but there'll still be areas they'll build up in. It might take an hour or two for us to get serious amounts in, but they're there. And you know, it's one of those factors that's going to be a big contributing issue in case we do get people running hard offline, like prototypes trying to pass the fast corners like the first and last.
Got a couple of people on pit road and just having a look. We've got ourselves Mark D. Harris on pit road. Got ourselves Nicholas Bailey getting out the car. Elliot Hoffman getting in behind the wheel of that. That is in the 49 Motorsports car. More Autosports, of course, they are many laps down. We talked about them previously. Patrick Belchard, though, finished Moonshine on pit road right about now. So let's turn our attention over to them. They're doing a driver change. Troll Tremblay behind the wheel of that one. Tremblay! As they get themselves ready for another stint here. Well, overall, things look as though they're getting nice and settled. But we've still got a long way to go here, ladies and gentlemen, here on RaceSpotTV. There you can see your top 10 drivers in each of the 2 classes on the left-hand side of your screen. 6 hours and 44 minutes worth of racing to go. We'll take a break in just a couple of moments' time. Before we do that, we just want to make sure that everything is okay in all of the worlds that we're looking at. Well, Cam, attrition's been a big one, but still some couple of interesting battles. I'm actually having a look in your prototype division. This is between Pro Sim Racing and someone else, shall we say, as they continue to scrap it up. This is for P number 8 and 9, so 7 and 8, Fabian Fulk in number 26 car, number 17 machine, Tony's backup. So that is Pro Sim Racing versus Mana MP Motorsport.
Yes, as Basha is just ahead of actually, we're going the other way around. Oh, they must have passed each other just recently, as Flavian Fork is just ahead through the S's. You can just see how darkening that line is. Now, of course, this Pros Racing FRHPD, this is the one that was involved with the incident with Radicals Online, lost the rear end. It was coming across, and it was correcting itself, but I believe the Radicals car was just anticipating the car to fling off the track. That didn't happen. It saved it, and ultimately the loss of speed ruined, well, basically has ruined Radicals' race. I have to say, if you're the car coming upon an incident, it's probably smart to get on the brakes, but that's not what happened because I just guessed wrong, and that can happen. So that Pro Sports racing car is still just ahead of that Manor MP Motorsports car as they head through the chicane past the Phoenix Moonshine car, which at one point I think was a white-ish color. It's now white with all sorts of splatters of rubber and oil and whatever, someone's going to have to clean the front of that car at some point. But yes, Pro Racing right now continuing to hold that lead, but not by a lot. Last lap from Pro Racing, 117. Last lap from NRMP, 115.
Indeed so. As you can see, that's 6 hours, 42 minutes remaining on the play clock here at Road Atlanta. This is the iRacing.com Petit Le Mans. We're going to step aside for a moment or so. We'll be back. Should we take you RaceSpotTV side by side, Rachel?
You know what? I think we should.
Oh, yeah.
Not in a while.
We'll be back in a bit.
It's been a very long off-season. Teams have changed, sponsors have changed, colors and all, but one thing that hasn't, they like to mash the loud pedal. Green flag is out on the 2015 NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series season.
iRacing is the ideal platform for these broadcasts because we have the best racers, the best online racers in the world, and we have such a variety of racing, from NASCAR to Grand Prix style racing, sports car endurance racing. We do it all.
Since 2010, the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series has been the absolute pinnacle of road racing in a simulated form. Great start then by Yakoda from the front. They're packing up behind number one. They're going to be 4 wide as they come down into turn number 1 for the first time. Will they make it through that first corner? You can see them funneling through the center S's. It looks as though everyone is just about made it through. We have got ourselves some contact though, Rachel.
Side by side going into turns 3 and 4. Humpy's got the advantage, but Ottinger's not going to.
Oh, he got into him!
Ottinger gets into the 58, turns right into him, and that ends Ottinger's run.
We do a lot of live broadcasts now. Every Tuesday is NASCAR night, so on alternating Tuesdays we do the Peak Antifreeze Series, and on the other Tuesdays the B-Class Series, which is the Xfinity cars, and sometimes we'll even do some short track racing depending on the schedule. Every other Saturday we do the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, so the best road racers we have. And we also broadcast some special events, including the Endurance Championship, which is part of the Road Warriors Series. So we broadcast the Daytona 24, the Sebring 12-hour, we'll do the Watkins Glen 6-hour, there's several other races along there. And then, of course, the iRacing Pro Racing Champions, which is usually our biggest and most watched event of the year.
That is short track racing, and that's how awesome this sim is, Joe. That's something you see on TV on highlight reels, and we just saw it here, live.
We invite iRacers who are real-world racers, and they compete every December. Guys like Alex Gurney, Justin Wilson, Scott Speed, Ron Capps, the list goes on. Really some big-name drivers from all major forms of motorsport. It's really neat to see them get together and race together.
See Laughlin up top, down to the ball, gets turned! Laughlin gets turned! Caution is out! Foul at the front of the field!
The easiest place to find the broadcast is on our website, iRacing.com/live. So you can find some of our races on fanschoice.tv as well. A nice place to find iRacing broadcasts. You can also find it at mrn.com and peakauto.com.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this, the inaugural iRacing.com full-length Petit Le Mans. Now, I'll tell you one thing, we've had, Petit Le Mans races before, but never as long as this. And I just thought about this. We'll be finishing an old-style Petit Le Mans right now. But that's not what we do in 2015. And we were just thinking back, whilst we're on commercial as well, about the absolutely incredible races that we've had already this year on RaceSpotTV. And of course, we started it with the iRacing.com 24 Hours of Daytona. It was our second race that we had, and in that 24-hour race that we've ever had. And once again, we brought you coverage like no other. Then afterwards, we headed ourselves over to Sebring. City of Lions provided us, of course, coverage for that one, and the backing music for that one with Here Is Love. And 12 hours, well, that went so quickly at Sebring. And then after that, we headed ourselves over to Watkins Glen International. We're talking about how weird a 6-hour race is after you've done a 24-hour broadcast. But the teams is exactly the same. For a 24-hour race, they run 4-hour stints. You better even get your seat warm before you're out in a 6-hour event. After we had Watkins, we went over to Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. It was our third 24-hour broadcast. It was our second at the track set in the Ardennes Mountains. And then, now, we head ourselves back to America for the iRacing.com Petit Le Mans. And Cam, this race already is setting itself up to be an incredible one.
It is definitely a change from what we've seen. We saw many the pro teams, the biggest teams we have around town, always showing up with 2, maybe even 3 cars this time by, maybe with 1 car. As we can see here, the competition has been very equal throughout that. There is some gaps here and there, but mostly everyone on track has someone that they can pass and has someone that can pass them throughout the entirety of the field. That's very, very good and healthy to see, as we have teams from all over the world racing here at Petit Le Mans and Road Atlanta here in the top split of this great event.
Yeah. So let's have a look at the gap between P number 4 and P number 5. It's 3.7 seconds, but in front, Alexia Racing Team Phoenix Moonshine. We're keeping our attention on this, Rachel, because this is the closest battle we've got by a very, very long way on the racetrack.
Yeah, it is. This one's been going on for quite a while, so it's really exciting to see fights like this growing. And they wax and they wane. We'll have a fight 1 lap, a couple of laps, and then 1 lap later it'll be gone again. So it's it comes and goes. The same battle might surge and for one's form. So it's going to be interesting. And guess who's just joined the server? Martin Kroenke. So everyone's getting ready to get into his car. Yeah, release the Kroenke.
Not release the Kroenke yet. Again. In a minute or 2.
Yeah.
Okay, the Kroenke is being wound up like clockwork.
Yeah. 6 hours 33 minutes remaining here on RaceSpotTV and on iRacingLive. If we saw you earlier on for the World Championship, you know that Martin Kroenke came P number 2 in there. If you didn't see the race and you're going to shout at me, come on, this is the internet. This ain't Bake Off. We're allowed to do spoilers on here. It's okay.
You spoiled it.
I know, right? Dennis Grease is leading by country mile, Rachel, but he is being caught by Autobahn Motorsports, Billy Smith, 902 car. Grease is being conservative. He needs to get that noisy pedal moving just a little bit more, though.
Yeah, he does. And, well, they were out of this one somewhat. But they're back in again. I mean, at one point they were down 7th, the Autobahn Motorsports team. Now they're back up and running towards the front of this one. So it's just shows how much it changes constantly.
Cam, do you think Autobahn will catch them?
It's just a matter of time that they will. When the Radicals car had his incident there and Autobahn took over from the 7-3 Motorsports car, they were about 50 seconds away. It's now down to 26 seconds. I almost wonder if perhaps Dennis Grease, whom was staying rather competitively with Radicals, we must remember, we almost talk like he's not a hot foot. He's performing, he's doing very fast laps, but Billy Smith in that Autobahn Motorsports car is just going a little bit faster, and throughout the last 7 or 8 laps, that gap has come down tremendously to the point where, as we actually just saw the Vortex go past the start-finish line, we'll see the Autobahn Sports car actually get held up by a GT car, a roof car, as that will actually affect his lap time. A 114.3 for the Autobahn, a 113.3 for the Vortex. So it is going back and forth, and I think lap traffic is all that has to do with that.
Yeah. Having a look at the fastest lap times of the day so far, and it is Dennis Grease who has set the fastest. Actually, no, I take that back. Let's start again. It is officially Dennis Grease who set the fastest lap time of the day with a 111.095. And get this, Rachel, faster than anyone else by 0.4 of a second. Billy Smith, P number 2 on the fastest lap chart. Then it is the Radicals Line car, currently being driven by Pedro Morias. Then you got yourself 2 people out of the race, number 4 machine and number 8 machine. So Grease's car does have pace. Vortex do have pace. Maybe Grease is just taking it a little bit easier. The last time by, a full second slower than Billy Smith.
Well, he is, but at the same time, of course, you have to consider that there is a lot of traffic, and we're on slightly different strategies at this point in the race. So cars are performing very differently, and that's going to be a major factor in this one. But as it stands, they're in a good spot, and I think they've got the opportunity, but it's 25 seconds to make up, so it's still a lot of time, but we've seen more.
Just having a look up and down through the field a little bit, see what's going on. Joel Tremblay still battling it out with Kevin Binkley. Let's have a look then on board with the driver of Phoenix Moonshine, number 27 machine, Joel Tremblay. Cam, talk us through a lap on board with the McLaren, because it's a little bit different to what you get. In fact, it's a little bit different compared to the roof. It's very different compared to the people out front, and that is, of course, the Le Mans prototype team of Dennis Grease and Vortex. Okay, Cam has literally decided that he wanted to
Oh, I didn't know there was a question for me. I thought you were asking Rachel.
Specifically for you,
oh
Cam.
my goodness, it was a
Specifically for you.
tailor-made question from Will Vincent. I totally ducked out on it. Oh heavens.
Right.
I was sorry, I was watching a tear-jerking montage of stuff from the finale at the fairgrounds, the Super Dirt Week race. I know, it is actually seriously really sad. It's the only mile-long track we have around here. It's the only racetrack in Syracuse. Anyways, what was the question, Will? We'll get back to that soon.
Talk us through a lap on board with Joel Tremblay and the number 27 Phoenix Moonshine car. We've missed half a lap now, but carry on from this part.
Yeah, that's it for Joel Tremblay. Joel is in the... Oh, heavens, I don't even... Oh, yeah, in the Phoenix Moonshine car. All right, we'll pick him up next map. What has happened here? Oh, okay, smell smoke in Theater 1. Well, they will have to continue to smell smoke longer. We've got to go on board here with the Moonshine. We'll pick it up. We'll finish the lap at this long straightaway, which is actually longer than the front stretch. with how the track goes, this is the fastest part of the track, hitting about 160 miles an hour before he gets on the brakes. Of course, he is riding right behind the roof car of the Excelsior Racing Team. Now, this battle is actually for position, at least now it is, at least, as Joel Tremblay has probably pitted earlier. Of course, these McLarens having a different fuel length. You'll roll off the throttle and stomp back on that car going through the front stretch. This is a very short front stretch, which adds to the very tricky pit lane, and off apex, off throttle, third gear turn or fourth gear, depending on how you're doing your car. But this top hill section, very, very tricky. Takes a lot of curb, but he manages to lose out on the acceleration to that roof car. He'll end up coming down through the S's. You can already see the black lines right ahead of you of where the rubber is getting laid down. Now, this is, you're braking on the curb, so very dangerous, and then you get on the throttle as soon as you have muster the courage to do so, to go down this quick little rolling hill. Road Atlanta, a massive amount of elevation changes throughout this course. He'll take these two right-handers, kind of like Monza in a way, in a very shortened way. They'll get through that final turn, and they will, that final of those two turns, and go down the extraordinarily long backstretch. It is very hilly, a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, as the prototype car of the Autobahn Motorsports, Billy Smith, currently at the wheel of that. He will go through both of those cars, closing that gap even further, but he will get onto the brakes super early here. These cars are actually getting on the brakes a lot earlier than I thought they would here, but possibly that's just being conservative. He'll continue the way through the chicane. It's a left or right, but you can be very tricky on the acceleration as you have the uphill, then the downhill, and then once again through that back stretch. It's a front stretch. It's a very, very short track. There is only that one real spot to breathe, and you can't breathe at all when you have got prototype cars trying to pass you at every single part of the track.
Yeah, and I'll tell you one thing, that was an incredibly detailed track guide there by Cam Walsh. So thank you so much. Always. Just seeing that we have got a battle going on in Le Mans prototype class. This is between Pro Sim Racing FR HPD #1 Flavian Hook behind the wheel of that one, and Speed Asylum Red with Darren Minks. The LTNEC drivers are 2 seconds as it stands right now. Want to mention one other thing though. Red Devolution Racing. Daniel Arndt Wensing behind the wheel of that one. He is a former GT Academy national finalist from 2013 and from 2014. I have no idea what racing products he's ever used for GT Academy. It's just a brand name, honest, but some good talent behind the wheel of that number 2 car, Rachel.
I believe Rachel said that. So happen, yes. Daniel Arndt Wensing. That can't be his middle name. That's Arndt. That's when you don't agree with somebody. But the Red Devolution racing car, yes. And these guys are also in a McLaren, which is very impressive to see. We've actually had the McLaren out for a little bit, but these guys have brought it back. The McLaren doing very good here, actually. And even the roof, I'd have to say, compared to what we had in the middle of the year. But so Red Devolution right now, as they get passed by the overall race leader of Vortex Sim Racing, letting him go well to the inside. You can see how coordinated they are between these GT cars and the HPDs into that chicane. You have to be well practiced to do it. But yes, Daniel Arndt Wensing, Matthew Daniels, and Evan Merrill, also with Sven Demmel. Those guys is nothing to shake a stick at. These guys are on here, on pace, and very rightfully so.
Yeah, we're having a look on board then. There was the last sector times for Wensing as he heads himself through sector 1 right now. So 35.847 last time by for him. He's going to do exactly the same thing again on the exit of turn number 5. I tell you what, Cam, I'm very impressed by us here. We've gone 3.5 hours into a broadcast before we mentioned the fact that people from Atlanta can't count. Awkward silence moment. You know what I'm talking about here, Cam, don't you?
What? Oh, you keep asking me questions, dang it.
Turn
I'm
numbers
trying to not pay attention.
Turn numbers at Road Atlanta. They can't count.
God.
They'll do turn
there's
1,
A's,
2, 3.
There's B's, there's Z's. It's almost as bad as Road America, I'd have to say.
Even worse, as bad as Sonoma, actually. That's
Sonoma, yeah, I forgot Sonoma also. Many letters in our turn numbers, which make about as much sense as having letters in turn numbers. Yeah, Road Atlanta, I kind of just, I stopped paying attention. When we come to American circuits, I really don't try and pay attention to what turn number it is, because it's probably got 2 different numbers, at least a letter, and then there's a name that I can't remember. I'm sure every single turn here has a legendary name, because, well, this track has been around for a very, very long time here in Georgia. It is, it's steeped in history, of course, back with Trans Am was huge, GTO was huge, GTP, all the IMSA racing, and then of course the Petit Le Mans. We've had Audis running here. We've had everything you could possibly imagine. The Audi prototype cars. This is steeped in history track, so of course they all have turn names, and rightfully so. But I just try and think about what these turns are. Like you've got the double right-handers to get onto the straight. And so on and so forth. Yeah, and so on and so forth. And I mean, it's just one of those things. It's a very short track, almost too short to really be an international track that it is, but it's just so much fun.
We're just having a look at a replay, and I'm going to talk you through this again. One row Simsport GT1 making not one but 2 passes in the space of 1 straightaway. First of all, they're able to get themselves past the Phoenix Moonshine car. Then, as we have a look from our aerial coverage brought to you by And1 Design, you can see that they set up then the next team. They move themselves into a podium position. They work themselves behind the trees. It's the case of who's going to be the last of the late breakers. Behind the trees they come. Someone's going to break, and there you can see. Finally, we get a shot, and there you can see the one row Simsport GT #1 car up into a podium position for the time being. That was an incredible move by that there. So, that was awesome. That was awesome. Johnny Simone, you've just had a nice comment from Hugo Louise about the sexiness of our microphones here today.
Very, very high quality, yes.
Yeah. No, you mentioned it before. I was listening to the broadcast about how my voice sounded so... Oh, I'm not going to say it. Other people said it sounded very sexy during WCS. Yeah, I don't know why. I think maybe Raphael, our broadcaster, was using some plug-in or something like that. Or yeah, it even sounded pretty good.
Do they make plugins to make commentators sound good?
Johnny, so far.
Excuse me.
Yeah, go on.
Excuse me.
About it.
Okay, the Pro Racing FRHBD has just made his way through that pack of cars we were just watching, and he managed to clip, I think, 2 of them coming down the S's, but he has managed to make it through turn 1 and through the S's past 4 or 5 GT cars. That was very impressive to have not damaged that car.
Yeah, the Alexia Racing Team car is now down in P number 6. We did see that actually whilst we're talking about it. Johnny Simone, how do you think this race is going so far?
Fairly good. I haven't seen much of it. I had to commentate for the broadcast in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, but I'm catching up on it now, looking at everything and trying to get sorted for our next stint of commentary. Me and Rachel will be in the booth together for an hour or so.
Yeah. There we can see behind the trees, going to go side by side. That's with a lap down car though. It's the CTC car. As they head themselves out the final corner. There's your race leader as well. Behind the trees, there's Dennis Garise in towards turn 1. Let's get ourselves a look then from our aerial coverage. Behind the trees they come once. You can just see the gradient here actually. It's incredibly nice to try and figure out a way of getting these cameras to work through the S's on the outside of one of these cars. And well, a little bit of prototype traffic has made the gaps for P3, 4 and 5 spread out just a little bit there, Johnny, but it looks as though that's going to come back together very soon. And it does seem to be here today. Some drivers are better in the first part of the stint, some drivers are better in the second part of the stint.
Yeah, certainly so. As this race pans out, we know always in endurance racing we'll see drivers over the course of the next few hours slowly pace themselves, ensure that their strategy is as planned. You know, before the race, you know, if I was a team owner of a team, I'd make sure that despite any incidents, I'd always plan to say, this is how many stops we're doing, this is how many of this we're doing, etc, etc. A lot of drivers think you go into a round, you just stop when your fuel reaches 0, but at the same time, if you plan things tactically, you can gain an advantage on your opponent. So we'll see here today, as you mentioned, drivers on different strategies doing different things.
Well, there we can see we're on board with your race leader. That is Dennis Carissa, number 16 car. Can we expect these drivers onto pit road once again in the next 10-ish minutes time? Cam go bye-bye once again. So, there we are then. So,
what?
Yeah, I say the word Cam. Your ears go kaboom. Hello, what's going on?
You need to pause, then say Cam, then say the question.
Okay, I'll start again. Cam.
Yes.
Out front.
I'm here.
Vortex Sim Racing still dominating. In it. But they're on pit road in 10 minutes. In it.
Yes,
say
well,
something
there
in
needs to be a
English.
stop. No, there needs to be like he says the first sentence, stop. Second sentence, stop. No, okay,
time.
Vortex Sim Racing. Yes, well, we'll have to see if Dennis Garis stays in that car. Now, Gabor Max had a much longer initial stint, but at the same time, you don't necessarily want to put somebody who might not be able to have that super pace, as I believe Dennis Garis has had the fastest laps of the day. Actually, no, Gabor Max out of that entire car, he was doing 111s. He did a 111.0 on lap 4. So it just it turns into the question: is the track getting slower? That's of course a possibility with the heat getting into this rubber here as he goes past the Pro Racing FRHBD there down the S's once again. But you have to wonder if they're going to stick Gabor Max in it, or if Dennis Garis is going to carry it and Gabor Max is going to finish it through. Now, we did say this is a 10-hour race. We normally see 6s and 12s. Trying to do 10 hours, well, that's going to be interesting on the strategy to see what board.
Let's not forget.
Yes, it is of course based on lap time, but I mean it is 10 hours. 10 hours is 10 hours, whereas 6 hours you can have an okay strategy. You can go, okay, first guy does 3 hours, second guy does 3 hours, or you have 3 guys do 2 hours. 12 hours, pretty much the same system. 10 hours, it's kind of a weird number in endurance racing. We've got, I think, 2 big 10-hour races, and that's about it.
For some reason, Domino's Pizza aren't ordering me the pizzas that I want. So bear with me 1 second. I'm trying to multitask, and we all know that men cannot multitask in any way.
He's in the pits.
Form. Yeah, and you can see actually that he is on towards pit road as we speak. We said 10 minutes. We were right. It was within 10 minutes. Technically, we were perfectly on the money, Rachel.
Yes, we were. So I'm going to fill air now whilst Will orders pizza. Because that's what really needs to happen here at RaceSpotTV. We are
tweet now.
Running our stomachs. Yep, tweet in now.
Tweet
and guess
now
what pizza Will is eating.
Yeah, exactly. See, she's good. She picks up right away what I was going to say.
Autobahn Motorsports and Vortex, the only 2 cars in that lead lap of the race so far. Vortex in their pit stop. Getting a driver swap now. That'll be Tim Bertie in that car for them. Taking over the number 16 machine, and we'll be heading out on racetrack right now. Just finishing up fueling that car. Tyres are already on, and they're away now. Good stop from them. They are down, out, and away. Looking actually for that one. Yep, driver swap listed. Good stop for those guys. They've had a good, clean race so far at Vortex Cam. They really have a prime position right now, of course. Only themselves and Autobahn Motorsports on that lead lap. One other car is your competition. How much do you think they can relax?
Well, 7-3 Motorsports is still in it. They've got Francesco Javier Gutierrez, who's been in the car for at least this stint. Phil Blythe has been absolutely blitzing on his lap times. Of course, I think this is this middle part of the race. You're going to be putting in not necessarily your slower drivers, but maybe your more consistent drivers, or maybe your risk-adverse drivers, your safer drivers, which is a good thing to have. You definitely want to get through the entirety of the 10 hours. So 7-3 is definitely not out of this just yet. Vortex Sim Racing, though, having given that position back to Autobahn Motorsports. We were wondering how this was going to play out for the podium. Now we're actually fighting for the overall win. There is that Radicals car, which is still circulating. Pedro J. Morias is in that car. He is down in a 10th position, 8 laps down. So, I mean, he is obviously out of it. But still, that Autobahn Motorsports and that Vortex Sim Racing car fighting for that overall victory here. This is going to be interesting. I don't necessarily know if they can continue to do these sorts of lap times and trade back and forth it's all going to be strategy with who it pits last, which will be very interesting because they're on two completely different strategies, it seems.
They are indeed. Let's not forget, of course, remember Spa. As far as the Spa race, where a car 1 lap down ended up resuming race lead. Things can and will go wrong in endurance racing now as we're approaching the end of the 3rd hour and beginning of our 4th hour of coverage here at the Petit Le Mans 2015 on iRacing.com. I just heard the voice of Will Vincent returning. Did you order your pizza?
I did, and I wanted to comment, you know...
It's a really quick order.
Yeah, I can order pizza really quickly. You do it online.
Holy cow.
The more important thing is, though, is your voice a moment ago. It reminded me of Jim Mora, Cam. Playoffs?
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 Talk about no, that's not. Oh! I know which playoffs you're talking about. I thought you were talking about Allen Iverson. I'm sorry.
No, I was talking about Indianapolis
practice.
playoffs.
Talk about practice. Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
We're not talking about the playoffs, Will. We're talking about other things.
We are. We're talking about the fact, actually, that you've got Command Simsport with a
practice.
2-lap lead officially. It isn't a 2-lap lead, but of course, Red Evolution Racing are well behind Commander Simsports right now. And look at that as well. Commander Simsports, they're one of these teams, Rachel. We're going to have a look at the end of the race. And we're going to have a look for the Cleanest Driver Award. And of course, when Neo comes back, we have the Clean X Award. Not the Clean X Award, it's Clean X Award.
That's a whole different award.
Yeah. But we guarantee that pretty much most of the time, Commander Simsport would win that if we had that in the Road Warrior Series.
The Clean X Award or the Clean X Award?
Both.
Probably, yeah, they probably would.
Oh boy.
Coanda are definitely one of the more consistent teams. They just don't seem to foot wrong. They are the only car left on their lap in terms of GT field.
They've done it. Well, they've done not only that, they've done that on pace. Is actually
they have.
The car right behind them is the Shark Motorsports car, and I've been wanting to talk about this car for some while now. As I have to say, out of all of the cars that we see here today, some of them are plainly colored with mostly solid colors. This one actually did show up with a paint, and I have to say, I don't necessarily know. Do you think that Shark looks better with a straight hood or with it dented like that? It's a legitimate question. I've thought about it every single time I've seen it. It's tilted. I don't know. It's a weird. I'm sorry. It's derail the entire show because there is a shark on a hood, and I need to determine which looks better.
They see me rolling. I don't know. They see sharks rolling. Are they still hating? There we can see the Shark Motorsport right.
Oh, it's a great
here. There you can see Team. Actually, no. I'm looking at Team Butchfink Racing. This isn't even Shark Motorsport. But I just saw the Shark Motorsports car. There's the Shark Motorsports car. Here's another shot. Let's get our aerial coverage up and let's zoom in on it. We use blimps
looking for that. Just a quick point there that
I found it.
Coanda have actually lapped up to including P11 of their own field, which is pretty impressive. So
Coanda lapped Red Devolution not about 15 laps ago.
In that case, they did. So they've lapped everybody. Which is
they're lapping some people twice. There's the
yeah, they are lapping some people twice, which is incredible performance. As in fact, they've lapped Team Bushfink 4 times now, 5 times. Yeah, these guys are on fire. They just need to not put a foot wrong, and more importantly, not get caught out by other incidents with other cars.
There we can see the Shark Motorsports car. I can see 2 sharks. One of them's a little bit scuffled, shall we say?
That's what I'm saying.
And then the front one, I actually like the scuffled one though. I like the scuffled one more than I like the one that.
Oh, the one on the side.
Of it. Yeah.
The one on the hood. Well, the one on the hood though, you've got the little dent right where its head is. Now it makes it look like it's twisted.
Actually find the right angle for it. It's kind of.
Well, I believe you need to go into super slow mo in one of the corners.
Oh no! Wait. There we are. Oh. There we are. We can see it now. Yeah, I like the one on the front as well.
I'm just saying. Also, that car is extremely dirty. That car looks like it's been racing for 26 hours. I don't think they washed it from the last race. Holy mackerel.
They go to Spa. So, yep, let's put it on track.
Yeah, that's good enough, guys. Get the headlights clean. Let's keep her going. Yeah, Sergio Rhoda Jr., we might as well say, is in the pilot.
You guys are looking at the wrong car. Can I tell you that? I'll tell you which car you need to look at. The, where is it? The How's She Going Air Racing in P5.
We heard the Aussie version of that then, but we were all assuming because the driver's all Canadian, it was a How's she going, eh? Canadian.
How's she going, eh?
Canadian. Hey?
Well,
See, I got a pretty good Canadian
I like the fact
accent.
that they've got 911 as their car number.
Yeah.
For the time that they have to go to America, they have 911 plugged into their system.
Hey, if you're close enough to across the river, sometimes you get the other tower, but then you gotta pay for roaming charges, and that's no good.
Hey. You know what? Now I just want to have some tidbits. This is why we don't talk about Canada. Yeah. Let's ride on board then with the number 911 car. How should go in a racing car? And hey, happy days, Cam! It's hockey season!
It is, I guess. I feel really bad. Like 2 weeks ago at my fire department drill, there's a firefighter in another station who was a big fan of the Blackhawks. And I was like, oh, how do the Blackhawks do this season? Because I know hockey had been getting done at some point. He's like, they won the Stanley Cup. And I was like, oh, that's good for them. And then next week it was like, and back to hockey. And I'm like, oh, I guess I'm way off. And when's the Indy 500, I guess, if I'm going at this rate?
Did you just tell us when the Indy 500 was?
That's about how far I am off on the hockey season. I did not know where the hockey season was, and I guess is just starting. So, but yeah. Anyways, you're watching the iRacing.com, Petit Le Mans, RaceSpotTV, and iRacing.com. The final broadcast, I think, of the way we're going on iRacing.com. But yeah, it's been almost 4 hours. Will, we've got about 6 hours to go, so we're just about to close in on the start of a regular Neo Endurance Series race.
Although some races are 8 hours this year.
Oh, some of them are. Yeah, that's right. Some of them are. I believe the original, the opener at Sebring. Certainly. Yes, the 6 hours at Sebring, I believe, for the Neo Endurance Series. A new chapter. 8 hours. It is 8 hours at Sebring. Okay, the 8 hours of Sebring with the Neo Endurance Series. Neo number 2. It is going to be an exciting field of high-fidelity, high-profile cars brought to you here on the iRacing.com stream, as well as RaceSpotTV. We are going to be bringing you guys every single second of that race. It is going to have the absolute pros and professionals that you could get muster in all sorts of series of cars. We have the Honda prototype development, HBD prototype, which you are seeing leading overall here now, as well as GT1 cars, being the Corvette C6R and the Aston Martin GT1 car. And to finish it off, throw in a Ford GT2 car, and you have 3 classes that are absolutely filled with some of the best drivers iRacing has to offer on one of the trickiest tracks to open the 8 hours of Sebring. Watch it.
And don't forget, we've had so many interesting races at Sebring. From Rico Alatalo, trying to find a way of going 3-wide and failing miserably. Then also the drama that we had in the Road Warrior series in the 12 hours of Sebring. So there's so much to think about when we head ourselves to this racetrack. You know, Sebring for some people may look as though it's nice and simple and flat, you know.
Sebring's a scary place.
Yeah, they call it the British Silverstone. It's scary because you've got the 2 different types.
No.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Silverstone is Silverstone.
It is.
It's the British Silverstone. Well, what's the British Silverstone?
You know what I mean. Yeah, so, but, just because I wanted to do it, don't forget, this is what we had the last time we were at Sebring. We had ourselves Radicals Online, we had ourselves some amazing action, and we had this music, Cam.
Ooh.
You remember this?
No, sorry.
It's been that long. I mean, literally, Cam has been on everything from the last 6 weeks, 6 months even. But, yeah, last time we were at Sebring, it was for the iRacing.com 12 hours of Sebring. We're going back there soon. The Neo Endurance Series and the Gathering of Tweakers Endurance Series coming your way soon. Battle for the race lead is picking up. That is Vortex Sim Racing and All About Motorsport. It's 1 second a lap, most laps, but Tim Bertie has stemmed the bleeding a little bit, Johnny.
Yeah, I've been watching that gap, coincidentally, just as you mentioned it. You know, surprising to see after 4 hours, the gap between the top 2 is 15 seconds. Now, at this rate, Tim Bertie really is keeping us cool. Half a second faster last time around. Every 10th is going to matter. You know, who knows where this race is going to end up in the end. So, for Vortex Sim Racing, we always see them out near the front of endurance events, and it's good to see them out here again, leading once again.
Well, we've got ourselves almost to the end of the first part of our coverage here on RaceSpotTV. I'm going to step aside in a bit. I've got some pizza I need to chow. Shout out to everyone who's been a part of our coverage. I mean, it's an endurance race. We have to eat pizza.
No, we do.
It is the rule.
I ate popcorn.
Yeah.
I had my popcorn. Will's going to have his pizza, but there's no way the pizza's there yet. You just ordered it like
Not
5
yet.
minutes ago.
Not yet. It is currently, and you've got Domino's track in the UK. It's currently.
Oh, you got Domino's
baked.
pizza.
Yeah.
Wow, because I always get Domino's pizza. It's like we're connected, only not at all, and there's an entire continent, followed by an ocean, followed by an island between us.
I think it's somewhere hidden in the iRacing.com sporting code that you have to have pizza if you're commentating on an iRacing endurance race. But shout out to the guys over at iRacing. Follow them on Twitter. We're, of course, with you on iRacingLive and also on RaceSpotTV and on YouTube Gaming all evening long. So, if this is your first time watching iRacing, this is what we do in endurance coverage. We'll keep you up to date with the action, but don't expect minute by minute, play by play. This ain't the Indy 500. This is an endurance race. We do things a little bit differently, but we make sure we keep it fun. Tweet us on #iRacingLeMans. Don't forget, the real Le Mans is coming your way very soon. The Nordschleife is coming your way very soon. This is a race that we've been looking forward to for years. We're going to continue to bring you the coverage. 6 hours, 2 minutes remaining here now of the iRacing.com Petit Le Mans for 2015. Well, and that is going to wrap up the first part of our coverage. Hugo Louise is ready to kick it into high gear for the middle part of the broadcast. I'm going to take myself an hour break. I'll be back with you with 5 hours to go. Johnny Simone is going to stick around for an hour or so. Cam Roll's the same. Rachel Whiteford as well. But for those of you who are thinking of leaving us, what are you doing? There's still so much racing to go on. There's still much fun to go on here at Road Atlanta. Let's see whether Ren's Brokerman can add another lap to that gap for Commander Simsport. They are pushing really hard right now, actually, as they work themselves past the number 49 racing team car. Tim Birdie is actually in command of your field in Le Mans prototype. 4-6 Sim Racing, 12 seconds ahead of Autobahn Race and Motorsport. Billy Smith 2, 902 car. That gap, though, continues to come down. Last lap, it was 3 seconds faster. That Billy Smith was compared to Tim Burton. Well, we're going to step aside for a couple of moments. We'll be back with part 2. Click the button on the YouTube page. It will magically take you to part 2, or head over to iRacing.com/live. This has been a special presentation of RaceSpotTV on iRacingLive. Part 1 of the iRacing.com Petit Le Mans for 2015 is in the books. We ain't going anyway. Part 2 starts right now.